All right, so let's start. Welcome to day 2. We have a busy first session. We have 3 papers, and the rules are the same as yesterday. So we will have a presentation. In generally, we'll have a discussant and then a Q&A. For the Q&A part, remember to use the Q&A option that you have on Zoom, and I will moderate the Q&A session. All right, the first paper is entitled Surprise Election for Trump Connections. Now, it doesn't have a discussant, reason being that is forthcoming already, so we'll allow the presenter with Travers Child to have 5 more minutes, the usual, so 35 minutes as a goal, and then we'll have a longer Q&A session of 15 minutes or so. After each paper, when we finish the Q&A, we'll take, as we did yesterday, a short break of 5–10 minutes, depending on the situation. So let's start. Travers, you are on. Thank you.
Okay, let me share my screen here. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I've inadvertently highlighted one word, but we can just ignore that for now. So thank you very much for keeping the paper on the program. So we were very honored to have our work sort of presented alongside this very compelling research that we've seen yesterday, and I expect to see today as well. This paper has been recently accepted at the Journal of Financial Economics. So that was sort of after we submitted to the conference, obviously. But I thought, it'd be interesting nonetheless to present it here today to get your guys' views on this and to extend the discussion as well a bit further beyond the paper. So I'm going to try and go through the main results of the paper fairly quickly, and then have some opportunity to talk about a contribution that we wanted to make that we ultimately weren't able to as well, because I think that's sort of maybe as interesting as talking about the strengths and the faults of the paper itself. So this work is joint with 3 other co-authors. So Nadia Massoud, who's at Melbourne Business School, and Mario Chavez and Ifan Zhou, who are at the University of Melbourne, and both of them are here with us today. So that's kind of going to be helpful in case you guys have clarification questions during the presentation. Maybe they can answer them, and probably I can deflect some of the more challenging questions to them during the discussion. So as you all know, so in 2016, Hillary Clinton was heavily favored to win the presidential election. On the left here, we have a prediction made by 538, and this is one of the more generous predictions in favor of Donald Trump, and it still puts him at less than 30% likelihood of taking the election, right? And so as we all know, as fate would have it, Trump ended up sweeping the election with 306 electoral college votes. And we're going to use this election outcome as a natural experiment to identify the answer to a very simple research question, which is, do firms benefit from ties to the US president? And so it's important to recognize a few things going into this project. First, a number of executives and companies had connections to Donald Trump as the celebrity businessman before his presidential campaign, right? So for multiple decades prior to any talk of his running for the presidency, he was establishing a broad network of people in the public domain, right? So he was connected to multiple people through his professional dealings and through his celebrity status. And then in November of 2016, this surprise election shock ultimately transformed this professional and social network that he had developed into a political network overnight, right? And so what we're going to do is exploit this, combination of the surprise election results together with Donald Trump's non-political background to identify the value of what are sudden and unsolicited presidential ties among S&P 500 firms. And I'm going to talk a bit about the importance the unsolicited nature of these presidential ties in a few slides. But just briefly, the main findings of this paper are that following Donald Trump's election, connected firms enjoyed higher stock returns in the days following the election results. They had stronger accounting performance, and they received more government contracts, and they were subject to less regulatory oversight. Okay. So we have a couple of motivations for this paper. The first one is quite straightforward. This paper sits in a vast literature on the value of political connections. Okay, so I think that's quite obvious for this crowd especially. But there's surprisingly few studies that have actually looked at corporate ties to the executive branch of government in developed countries. Okay, so in this respect, our findings actually contribute to a much smaller body of evidence, right? So Fissman et al. In 2012 wrote this paper on the value of connections to Vice President Dick Cheney, and they find very little evidence of that. And then Adjumolu, Johnson, and other co-authors in 2016 published a paper in JFE on connections to Timothy Geithner, the U.S. Secretary, the U.S. Treasury Secretary. In 2019, showed us that connections to the South Korean president are quite valuable among firms in South Korea, particularly with regard to their procurement of government contracts. And then we have a most recent paper by Brown and Huang, who look at connections to the Obama White House in a sense of looking at companies who visited high-level government officials at the White House. And so our paper is closest to these latter two papers by Schoenherr and Brown and Huang, in the sense that it looks at connections to the highest level of executive power, but it's also quite closely related to these prior two papers, but also because we have many co-authors like they do. Okay, so the second motivation is a bit more nuanced, but equally, if not more important. So a lot of the work in this body of literature examining the value of political connections defines political connections as campaign contributions, lobbying expenditures, politically connected directors, or having meetings with politicians. Right? And so it's important to note that all of these different types of political connections are deliberately formed by the company in question. All right. So, and it's also, I think, important to note that the companies most likely to establish those connections are the ones with the most to gain from them. Right. So, due to the sort of voluntary nature of establishing these types of political connections, so this is kind of self-sorting, and due to the likely existence of impact heterogeneity, what we usually have in the literature is maybe a well-identified causal effect, but one that's not necessarily generalizable to companies that don't have political connections established or haven't tried to establish political connections, right? So this isn't, to be clear, this isn't to say that other papers have not been successful identifying causal effects, but it's rather to say that, in the presence of, effect heterogeneity related to sort of, this self-sorting, bias, we can't necessarily generalize these sort of well-identified causal effects to other companies. And so in our case, though, companies didn't deliberately establish political connections, right? They just had a pre-existing relationship with Donald Trump, the businessman, the celebrity, and then sort of by accident almost in 2016, they all of a sudden had a connection to the President of the United States of America. And so, obviously, the decision to enter into business with Donald Trump is not random, right? So this is not like an experimental design, in the pure sense, but this decision to conduct business with Donald Trump may be regarded as orthogonal to the determinants of establishing political connections in general, right? So as long as this decision is not like highly correlated with the potential gains from political connections, then we can say that the effect that we identify is maybe a closer approximation of the average treatment effect than what we would get if we sort of used identification based on types of political connections which are sort of deliberately forged by the companies under study. Okay, so that's sort of our second motivation for using this scenario to try and identify the value of political connections. Okay, so how do we measure political connections? So we have two sources of information on this. The first is from a source called Muckety, which is a consortium of journalists who built up relationship maps for a great number of public officials. This source was also one of the two sources of political connections used in the paper by Adjumolu, Johnson et al., looking at Timothy Geithner. And so this is kind of where we learned of this source. And so essentially we go through this database of information assembled by these investigative journalists over many years, and we identify presidential ties from this. And so we define a presidential tie in this context as either a professional or a social relation to Donald Trump, Ivanka Trump, or Jared Kushner, right? And we choose these three individuals because they constitute, core family members, and they're also individuals who were part of his business empire, part of his presidential campaign, and ultimately part of his White House administration, at least for some time. So after having constructed our measure of presidential ties based on this Muckety network data, we have 64 companies of the S&P 500 that are deemed connected, either directly through the company because they conducted some past business with the Trump organization, for example, or indirectly through the directors and the executives of those companies. So, we have cases, for example, where some Mar-a-Lago member is sitting on the board of a company, and so that also constitutes a connection indirectly through that company executive. Now, I think this source of information is quite broad and deep, but it's obviously subject to potential bias as well, because we don't know the journalists who are collecting this information from Muckety. They maybe don't adhere to the same standards of sort of scientific objectivity that we would. And they might have their own ideological biases. And we're also not entirely clear on the extent to which there was a standardized approach adopted in this data collection effort. And so, after somewhat extensive dialogue with the Muckety.com, we decided it's best to also go ahead and collect additional data from a secondary source as a kind of robustness check, if you will. And so we have a second measure of presidential ties as well, and this is based on newspaper articles. And so from LexisNexis, we download 67,000 articles on Donald Trump. So these are articles that mention Donald Trump at least twice, and they cover the period 1980 to 2014. And from these articles, we extract the names of all the S&P 500 companies in our sample and their directors and their executives. Okay, so we get a list of all these names from the BoardX database, current for the end of 2016, and then we search through all these articles and extract the names of the companies and their employees. And basically, we just construct an indicator to reflect the joint media coverage between these companies or the related entities and Donald Trump. Okay, and so in this way, we identify 78 companies which are deemed connected to Donald Trump in the sense that they're covered jointly in the news with him. And we also ensure that at least two different articles associated this company with Trump in some way, right? And then so after that, obviously this is also an imperfect proxy because it could just be that people tend to compare Donald Trump to some individual, and so we've also gone through this manually and tried to clean out some of the more sort of questionable connections. And so after having done that, we end up with 78 companies that are connected to Trump. So briefly, the outcome data that we're looking at, we have accounting performance data, we have stock price data, we have regulatory outcomes from Capital IQ, and basically here we look at the investigations that were opened into S&P 500 companies during the sample period, and we also have news on payments to regulators, so either in the form of a fine or a penalty or a settlement. We have information on government contracts obtained by these companies. So this comes from the Federal Procurement Data System. And then we also have information on White House visitors. So this comes from a multitude of sources, including official logs released by Trump following FOIA requests by ProPublica. We have journalists gathered information from public records, which was assembled by Politico. And then in the pre-Trump era, we have voluntarily disclosed logs from the White House, the Obama administration. So, and then of course, there's a number of potential confounding factors that we control for. So we have information on campaign contributions by these companies to Trump's campaign and also to Republicans in general in previous election cycles. We have information on lobbying expenses, on policy sensitivity, tax burden and foreign exposure to account for, the findings of Wagner et al. And we also include firm fundamentals. So we have two econometric models that we use to estimate these effects. The first being the event study model, which we use to identify the impact of presidential ties on stock returns. And this is essentially just a cross-sectional model which regresses like abnormal stock returns of the firm on a industry dummy, an indicator for a connection to Donald Trump, and then a vector of firm level controls. And then when we move into the sort of looking at the real effects, we have a panel model, which is kind of a DID estimator. And here we have firm fixed effects. We have the interaction term between presidential ties and the post-election period. And then we again have this firm level vector of controls, many of which are time variant. And then we have time quarter fixed effects as well. So, and then we standard errors by, we cluster errors by industry in either case. Okay, so this is just in a graph what the abnormal returns look like for Trump-connected firms. So, I mean, here in the days prior to the election, I mean, it looks like there may be some kind of upward trend, but there's also a bit of a trend maybe for these non-connected firms, but there certainly seems to be a discrete jump in the days following the election, and this continues. The difference between the returns of connected and non-connected firms continues to increase for a few weeks after the election at least. So more formally, we put this into the regression framework that I just presented, and we find that indeed presidential ties lead to higher abnormal returns among these connected firms in a number of windows following the election, right? So here the election results announcement day was day 0, and we have these significant positive effects up to 20 days after the election. And so to interpret these a little bit, if we look at the final column here, in the 21-day window following the election, presidential ties generated positive abnormal returns of between 3.1 and 3.9%, depending on the connection measure that we use. Okay, so these are both statistically and economically meaningful effects. So in this table, we're looking at firm performance, looking at accounting outcomes, and we find that, again, connected firms. So this is based on the difference in difference panel estimation, and here we have some results suggesting that these connected firms had larger revenue and operating income in the post-election period. Okay, so to interpret this, we can suggest that in post-inauguration period, the connected firms enjoyed $1.1 billion greater revenue and about $180 million higher operating income. Okay. When looking at government contracts, we find a similar kind of result. So here in the first column, we're looking at the number of contracts. This is in log terms because we have some firms that just have a lot of contracts. And so we find that in the post-election period, connected firms have 50% more contracts relative to pre-election means, and the value of those contracts also increases by about half. So these are actually quite sizable effects in this domain. And then when we look at regulation, we also find that these connected firms have more lax sort of regulatory oversight. And so the first column looks at the likelihood or the incidence of paying a fine or a settlement to a regulator. And here, if we look at panel A, we find that companies with these presidential ties are 7% less likely to pay to regulators in the post-election period. And then, if we look at panel B, this is 4.5% less likely to pay these penalties. And then in the second column, we have the incidence of investigations being opened relative to those firms. So this says that if we're looking at panel A, these connected firms are 4% less likely to have investigations opened by regulators on them. So, okay, so that's kind of it for the real effects that we're looking at, and then we take the paper in a few different directions. So I think it's pretty interesting to look at the White House visitation by these companies, particularly in light of the paper by Brown and Huang. So that paper finds that companies visiting the Obama White House enjoy greater performance, enjoy more government contracts and more relaxed regulation. And so one potential interpretation of our findings until now is just that connected firms go to the White House more, and then the story's the same as what Brown and Huang have already shown us through their work. And so here we're looking at the impact of these presidential ties as we identify them on the likelihood of visiting the White House, and we actually find that these companies are less likely to go to the White House, and so and quite significantly less likely. So this tells us that the channel that we're examining is actually very distinct from the channel, the causal effects that are identified through the paper by Brown and Huang. And the natural question arises: why are these companies less likely to go to the White House? Well, we don't have evidence on that, but it could be that they don't need to go to the White House in order to gain access to the president, right? Because these, in many cases, are companies that have already historical relations with the president in some sense. So maybe they can meet with him through other means. And so okay. So we conduct a great number of other robustness checks in the paper, but I don't want to take much time with that now. But suffice to mention a few of them because I think they're interesting in their own right. So we also conduct a number of event studies around the Russia investigation. So we look at legal and political developments tied to the Russia investigation and find some interesting results there regarding how they impact firms that are connected to Donald Trump. And then we also look at previous elections. So we look at the 3 previous US presidential elections and check whether or not our connected firms are also benefiting when Republicans win, or whether they're sort of suffering when Democrats win. And we don't find any evidence of this. So it doesn't seem that that sensitivity to the party platform is a good explanation for the results that we find. It really seems that there's something about their personal connection to the president himself that is driving these results. And then finally, we look at various industry classifications. So in the main results, we have these FAMA French 49 industry fixed effects, but I mean, the choice of industry fixed effects is somewhat arbitrary, right? So we have different choices that one can make, whether it's GICS codes or the Holberg-Phillips industry fixed effects based on product similarity as reflected in the 10K filings. So we use a bunch of different types of industry fixed effects that are qualitatively distinct, but also more and less granular. And we find again that our effects remain unchanged largely in that case. And so with that, I want to move a little bit away from the paper and take a bit of a more critical perspective on what we've managed to achieve here. So and then talk a little bit about one of the contributions that we ultimately set out to make, but weren't actually able to, because I mean it's important to reflect on how one might sort of take this research agenda going forward, and also sort of to be sort of very open about what we are and are not able to achieve with this work. So what we do achieve is that we document the financial and economic benefits of being connected to the US president. Right, and so this is distinct, as I mentioned, from the work of Brown and Huang, in that they are studying arranged meetings with White House officials, whereas we identify the value of unsolicited connections to the US president. So in this sense, our identification is much more similar to that of Schoenherr, who actually also examines sort of network formation following the election of a businessman to president in South Korea, right? So in that sense, our identification is similar, but we show this for the US context. And so there's maybe important institutional differences that need to be accounted for here. And so given that we're the first to show these sort of unintended consequences of being connected to the US president, we think that this is a very important empirical contribution to this literature, right? Given the paucity of findings related to connections to executive branch officials and to the president in particular. And so this is, I think, an important contribution, but it's one, admittedly, that's consistent with theoretical priors, right? So the findings that we present here, many of them, or all of them, has been shown in some form or another when looking at different types of political connections, right? Whether it's in a different context institutionally, or whether it's with respect to a different branch of government. So in that sense, we don't make a huge theoretical contribution, right? Our contribution is more sort of the fact that we look at the executive branch of government, and that we're able to identify this effect, which is much closer to the average treatment effect than what previous studies have shown, by focusing on connections which were deliberately formed by companies rather than ones that are sort of more sort of randomly assigned, right? So one of the contributions that we had hoped to make, starting this paper, was trying to tease out the channel a bit more carefully, right? So ultimately we'd hope to speak to whether or not these benefits that we observe are driven by corruption or by reducing information asymmetries, right? And so to this end, we attempted to subdivide the presidential ties by type. So of our 65 connections which are deemed connected to the president, say, we can separate these into two categories: those that have social connections to the president and his family, and those that have purely sort of business oriented histories. And so after having done this, we could answer two questions, right, which I think are quite interesting for those looking for more profound theoretical insights on this question. The first question would be, are benefits concentrated on a particular type of connected firms, right? So are benefits, for example, concentrated on the companies that are connected to Trump through his personal social network? The second question, which I think would be very interesting to examine, either in the context of this study or any other study on political connections for that matter, are benefits conferred differently according to the type of connection? So for example, maybe socially connected firms directly sort of are subject to less stringent regulations, whereas professionally connected firms have greater access to the White House and subsequently secure more contracts. So this, I think, would be sort of really interesting insight to glean from a study on political connections. And so we did, try to shed light on this in the study that I present here today. And I'm going to just sketch what we did and some of the results that we obtained, and then explain why we didn't ultimately incorporate this into the paper. And it's not because a referee told us to remove it. We actually never submitted a version with this content. So, but so ultimately what we did was we leveraged unsupervised machine learning to subdivide the political connections that we identified based on the content of the news articles. Okay, so more specifically, we use an LDA topic model to assign these news articles to a predetermined number of topics based on the word co-occurrences in those articles. And then based on the topic distribution of those news articles, we can classify the corresponding presidential ties by type. Right, so I'll be a bit more concrete about what this looks like in a minute. But ultimately, the idea here is to divide the presidential ties that we identify into types of presidential ties based on the content of the news articles that we use to identify those presidential connections, and then test for heterogeneous effects along, differentiating by type of presidential tie, basically. And so those tests of heterogeneity can either be looking at sort of differential effect sizes, as mentioned, or looking at different underlying channels of influence, as I mentioned on the previous slide. And so here I was going to explain what LDA does, but maybe in the interest of time, I'll just skip over this. But suffice to say, this is a sort of unsupervised machine learning method, which may be best thought of as a kind of dimensionality reduction technique, right? So if you have an article, you can represent this as a vector of word counts for every word in the entire corpus of text. But you can also sort of, through something similar to, say, principal component analysis, reduce this long vector into a short vector of topic intensities, and then use that to sort of identify to what topic each article pertains. And so obviously this technique is much more nuanced than what I'm presenting here, but probably most of you have seen this technique anyway. And so it need not be LDA, though, the way in which we classify these presidential ties according to type, right? So you could also take undertake a supervised machine learning approach, for example, where we just go through, if we have 67,000 newspaper articles, as we do, we could have gone through, 3,000 of them and manually coded them by hand, whether or not they're about, social connections or professional connections, and then let the algorithm itself learn what are the keywords associated with each one of these categories and then automatically classify the rest. Or, a very low tech method would be just the dictionary method, where we just come up with keywords on our own and say, if it has words like friend, then it's a social connection. If it has words like deal, then this is a professional connection. And so regardless of how we classify these articles into topics, we can use that sort of topic distribution over the articles to classify the corresponding presidential connections by type, and then do some kind of heterogeneity test to try and deduce whether or not there are differences in the beneficial effects that are derived from these different types of presidential connections. And so when we run the LDA algorithm on the data that we have, these 67,000 news articles that we use to identify presidential ties, we come up with the following results. And so to be clear, the LDA model does not give us labels for the topics, right? It just gives us the topic number and then the keywords associated with that topic. And what we've done is, based on a reading of these keywords, we've just given labels that we think are somewhat intuitive. So here we have words like money, wealth, deal, and market. So we've labeled this financial affairs. In the second topic, we have words like casino, hotel, develop, property. And so we've given this a label of property management. And so obviously, if you have different people will provide different labels, but we hope that this is not too controversial. The third topic, we've given this a label of celebrity life, because it has words like star, night, and celebrity, and family. Okay, and then the fourth topic is basically articles about Donald Trump's political commentary. So although he had no sort of realistic expectations of becoming a politician himself in the decades prior to his presidential campaign, he certainly became more and more vocal as the years went on with respect to political affairs. And so he still appeared in the news making comments, about Obama's birthright citizenship and so on. And so this topic would have captured those articles that are about politics primarily. And so what we've done in an effort to sort of tease out heterogeneous effects across different types of political connections, we've classified these topics into different types of presidential ties. Okay, so we've taken topic 1 and 2 and called these professional ties. So if a company is deemed connected through an article, which is assigned topic 1 or 2, then we say that company has a professional tie. Instead, if a company is deemed connected to Donald Trump through a news article, which is assigned topic 3, then we say that company has a social tie. Okay, and so in topic 4 doesn't really cover any companies that are connected, because these aren't articles about companies, actually. They're just articles about Donald Trump and his political commentary. And so in these tables that I'm going to show you now, basically we've just subdivided those presidential ties that I previously showed homogeneous effects for into 2 categories: social ties and professional ties. And so again, the professional ties are companies that are deemed connected through articles in topics 1 and 2, and the social ties are companies deemed connected through topic 3. And so here I'm going to show what comes out of a sort of quest to find heterogeneous effects along these lines. And so when we look at the stock market returns for these companies, we find that they seem to be concentrated in firms with professional ties, right? And so these professionally connected companies have both stronger economic and statistically significant effects on their stock market returns following the election. When we look at procurement outcomes, we also find that those with professional ties seem to have stronger, statistically and economically stronger effects here, right? And the same is true when we look at regulation, albeit these findings are more statistically significant than they are economically significant. However, when we look at accounting performance, we don't find much of a difference at all. There's weekly stronger significance in social ties, actually, although economic effects are similar here. And then when looking at White House visits, we don't really find any difference at all. And so, just very, very tentatively, one could draw, from these results, a conclusion like that suggests the benefits of presidential ties are most enjoyed by professionally connected firms rather than socially connected firms, right? And what this tells us about the channel that we're identifying here, whether it's corruption or information, is I think that, you know, the following: under outright corruption, the president's, you would expect the president's friends and social network to benefit at least as much as his business associates, right? So at least, you know, in our mind, that's what corruption is really about, is extending benefits to those that are close to you and that you care for on a personal level. And so because ultimately his personal connections are also, you know, businessmen. So if we're thinking about quid pro quo, both professional and social ties have the ability to sort of exchange favors with Donald Trump, right? But the only difference is that some of them are connected to him also in a social sense, right? And so, you know, why hasn't this entered the paper though? A couple of reasons. So first, our sample size is actually quite small. We only have 78 connected firms through these newspaper articles. And so we don't really have a lot to work with when trying to identify heterogeneous effects here. And about half of these companies are deemed socially connected through the approach that I just showed you, but still that leaves us with less than 40 firms in each category. And so we thought about extending this to the S&P 1500, but we simply didn't have enough time or resources to do this, because collecting the regulation data and the contract data and coding up the presidential ties, all this took an enormous amount of time and resources in terms of manpower to collect all this data. And so with the looming election, we just worried that extending the paper in this direction would sort of push our submission beyond the next presidential election, and we don't know whether or not Trump's still going to be president. So, you know, if he loses the election, God forbid, we wouldn't want people to lose interest in our paper on account of his lack of being the president. So that's sort of a practical reason why we didn't pursue this strategy. A second reason, I think, the approach kind of lacks elegance, the one that I just presented. So here we have, you know, some unsupervised output, but then we're sort of retrofitting that into categories that we deem appropriate, right? So I've seen this before in published work, but sort of I think it's not the most elegant approach, right? So it kind of defeats the spirit, I think, of the unsupervised learning approach, right? So here we have this approach where we say, let the data speak for itself, and it generates 4 topics, but then we're in some sense dissatisfied with the granularity of this or with the similarity between topics 1 and 2. And so then we retroactively, like, you know, fit these together. And then in the end, we have sort of new labels in newly defined categories. And so, you know, that's sort of an approach that leaves something to be desired. And so, yeah, with that, I'll just close and open up for questions, because I'm already 3 minutes over my allotted time. So I thank you guys for your attention and interest. And yeah, looking forward to your comments and grievances. Thank you.
All right, great. So let's start with a couple of clarification questions. First of all, is the benefits of connections evenly distributed among connected firms, or did you find that some firms benefited more in both the professional and the social? So is there some heterogeneity in the way in which they benefit?
So we didn't do a lot, but in terms of looking at heterogeneous effects, for, you know, for the simple fact that we don't really have a whole lot of connected firms to work with in the first place. And so, I mean, in the paper, we, you know, in a footnote here and there, we sort of test, you know, to make sure our results are robust, to sort of using a measure of connection intensity rather than a dummy indicator, for example. But we don't explore sort of the differences that sort of derive in terms of effect sizes across different types of connected firms. And so the extent to which we've done that is the results that I've shown you at the end here, looking at social and professional connections, and that's not part of the paper, but this is sort of the extent to which we've carried out this type of analysis, simply because, again, we don't really have a whole lot of observations to work with. And so.
Okay, thank you. Are there many companies overlapping on both social and professional ties, or is the distinction, the classifications even, I mean, the sort of very clearly split? So what do you do exactly? This is another clarification question.
Yeah, so there is overlap. It's maybe not as large as one might expect. I think it's about a third of the companies in either category also have overlap with the other category. And so there was, yeah, in the paper we mentioned, for example, that a couple companies, Comcast and another company, are connected through an individual who's a member of Mar-a-Lago. And so this is something that we find through the news article measure, if I recall correctly. But it's also the case that those same companies are deemed connected through Muckety. But the rationale for their connection through the Muckety archives would likely be different than the rationale that we use to connect them through the news articles. But it's, you know, I mean, I think that's probably even more reassuring that sort of there's something true there. But I mean, now that that we're discussing it, it's probably would be interesting to also check whether or not those companies that are connected through both measures have stronger effects than others, because maybe this is a pretty reasonable measure of the strength of the connection, actually. But we haven't explored that in the paper.
Last clarifying question, we will move to deeper questions. So how do you say the number of topics is the question? Did you try different number of topics or inspect the performance metrics, this, for instance, the deviance information criterion and so on?
No, so yeah, I mean, yeah, so typically one conducts this type of analysis with far more topics than 4. And I think, yeah, I mean, what we had done was we kind of tried a few different combinations and picked the one that had a sort of intuitive output, actually. And so that may sound suboptimal, but I think, you know, we're not really, at this point, we're not fitting a regression model. Like, we're not fitting the model to regression result. We're really just sort of trying to run an algorithm to classify the information in the most helpful way possible. So I think, I mean, from that perspective, it seems reasonable to just try different combinations, different numbers of topics, and see which one yields the most intuitive result. And so if we collapse these topics to 3 topics, I believe the financial affairs topic disappears. And so, I mean, that could have been done easily, but I think if I recall correctly, if we collapse it to 2, then maybe the celebrity life disappears, and like this, you know, this political affairs one, which is kind of a nuisance for our purpose because it's not really a topic of interest, is pretty persistent. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of all I can say about that.
Okay, I have a couple of questions on external validity of what you find. I mean, Trump is clearly quite special, right? So families and friends are likely to benefit from him. Have you tried to compare Trump with other, or is there something you can say about this, the magnitude of these effects compared to other presidents, maybe with the Obama paper, in terms of external sort of validity?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know off the top of my head the effect size compared to the White House visits, but it's hard to compare our effects to other published results because the nature of the connection is very different as well, right? So other papers have looked, when looking at Obama, they were looking at companies that went to the White House, and that's a very different type of connection to having a kind of previous business or social relationship with Donald Trump. We also have the difference that those other effects are in some sense, yeah, treatment effect on the treated, as I was mentioning, but in that sense, we would expect them to be upper bounds for the effect that we see here. So, yeah, I mean, it's a bit tricky, right? Because on the one hand, you know, we feel that, you know, through the very nature of this natural experiment, we're able to identify an effect which is generalizable because it's not born of companies that deliberately sought out these presidential ties, right? But on the other hand, it's Donald Trump. So it's hard to say, you know, to what extent, you know, these findings are generalizable to other sort of more regular presidents. I think that if we think about, you know, Trump's reelection, for example, or or other populist leaders that are sort of cropping up around the world, then in that sense, it's not sort of inconceivable to think that his propensity to sort of, punish foes and extend favors to people that are in his sort of inner orbit, I think that's something that is easily translated to other, leaders that are sort of cut from the same ilk. But yeah, that's, I don't know, does Mario or Ifan, do you guys have anything that you want to add to that, or?
No, I agree with you. I mean, it's like his uniqueness that kind of gives us the opportunity to study that, right? It's the shock and this business network. And if you think about other presidents, they have been career politicians mostly, and or the election just hasn't been a surprise. So whenever we thought about someone to compare this Trump election with, we kind of didn't really get to anyone where we could build a comparable network. So that's what we did that.
Yeah, so the other thing I might mention quickly is that, when thinking about sort of replicating this for previous presidents, we considered this as well, but I guess we just weren't sure whether or not there's enough newspaper articles about, say, Obama prior to his political day, or even, forget about him being a politician or not, but in the decades leading up to his being president, I don't know how many sort of popular media articles there would be about him and his buddies or colleagues. So it's hard to kind of find someone to carry out the similar exercise.
Another sort of philosophical question is that many times people think about presidential connection as something strategic that companies can do in order to benefit from it. Now, again, it's a little bit related to the external validity question, but in this case, it would be very hard for companies to strategically play the game. So all the effect you find would not be equivalent to one for a strategic attempt to connect with Trump. Because these connections are really deeper, like blood or friends or ideology. I mean, this is just a comment, maybe you don't need to answer this. But
no, I mean, I think that's exactly the point that we're trying to make. So, I mean, in a sense, we're saying that, like, previous studies have been successful at sort of uncovering the value of these strategic type of connections. But the problem with relying on those estimates for generalization is that we don't really know what the conditioning set looks like. So we know that these companies sought out these connections, but we don't know, what, exactly what those companies look like. Like, how hard did they have to try, or like, it's hard to sort of generalize those causal effects that are valid for that set of companies that establish those strategic connections to other companies that never even tried in the first place. And so we're saying, that may be an upper bound for other companies that haven't sought out strategic connections when thinking about maybe other companies that are not actively seeking them out but are considering them. Maybe our estimate is a better approximation of what one might expect, but probably then a lower bound, right? Because these are companies that would never, maybe some of them would never even considered it, but they just happen to fall accidentally into these connections.
Yeah, another question is maybe certainly for another paper, but clearly there are a lot of enemies of Trump. So one could look at establishing, following your same approach, and determine who were the enemies before his elections, and see whether the enemies actually paid for it. There have been some papers looking at people were attacked by tweets, negative tweets, but I don't know if that's the right approach, but that could be something.
Yeah, so that paper was actually by one of our co-authors, Nadia Massoud, I think so. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something that has come up before, and we thought about doing, but yeah, when we looked at the actual connections that we uncovered, so looking at the newspaper articles, there surprisingly weren't really enough to try and identify some kind of heterogeneous effect based on negative connections. In the beginning of the project's days, we collected all the books that he ever wrote, and we were going through all of those books, like having RAs read the books from front to back and coding all the individuals that were mentioned in these books. And there we have a lot more negative connections because he tends to slander, enough people, a healthy amount of people in these books. But then, it was hard to link those individuals to companies necessarily. And then we got into the question of, is this, does he really have a beef with this person, or is he just, insulting them in passing? But yeah, I mean, it's just, I think it would be super interesting because he's also, I mean, he's unique also in the sense that very few politicians are as vindictive as Trump as well, right? And so, or at least on the surface, right? So since he actually talks about the people that he has a problem with, that might be a useful sort of setting to identify this.
Okay, last 2 points. So one is, it just came up, so the car seems to be moving a little bit before the elections. So given that the chance of being elected was very small, is this something you're concerned of?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is concerning. And I don't really have a great answer to explain this away, because I think, yeah, I mean, it's not that the poll numbers were ticking up in the days prior to the election, so that's comforting. But why we see this divergence, it's not huge. I mean, both, it looks like non-connected firms might be increasing as well a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't have a great explanation for that. I don't know if Mario or Yifan do, but it's not something that we've been able to explain in the paper.
Okay. Okay, the last question is about information versus corruption. I mean, I have some. So what the question was sort of saying that probably you can say it's information because this relationship has been there for a long period of time, and because of the type of test that you're running, where you try to distinguish between social and business. I'm a little bit skeptical about that. So I would say first, social and business for Trump would be almost indistinguishable. And second, if I think about the literature on connections, it's quite strategic, again, the idea of information. So it's the idea that I get to finance, or I get to support person X so that he learns about me. But here, this is not seems to be the case, right? These are companies that have always been known to him. So I'm a little bit skeptical that there is any information at play here. It's pure corruption. But again, it's a question of whether ideologically you like Trump or not. But I don't think you have an answer for that. Yeah, I think it's good that you didn't push very much the corruption versus information story, because I would say is incredibly, it's impossible here to conclude. And in fact, yeah. Anyway, if you want to comment on that, but otherwise we're done.
Yeah,
I'll let you say.
I guess I'd just say, yeah, I guess what we had in mind thinking about information was not like awareness, but maybe like information about sort of, big contracts that are up for bidding, or sort of, regulations that may influence his company. And yeah, but so, I mean, I agree, this is very difficult thing to prove. And yeah, and I guess maybe that's sort of implicitly one of the reasons why we didn't ultimately pursue it, because I mean, at the end of the day, this is sort of I think the big unanswered question in most of this literature is the underlying reason. And we didn't expect to be able to answer this definitively even for this particular case of Trump. We were just thinking if we could sort of parse out some of these channels a bit more carefully, it might sort of shed some light for those who are inclined to agree with our interpretation at least. But yeah, that's fair point for sure. I don't know if Mario or Yifan, if you guys have anything to add, any fleeting remarks or. Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just busy answering Anat's question. Actually, I think that's actually a really interesting question. He asked whether the research speaks to the power of the US president relative to individuals in other democratic regimes, like parliamentary regimes. And I mean, I don't think so that we can really compare these, right? Because we're just studying one president, so I'm not sure whether we can speak to the power. We can compare the power of the US president relative to individuals of other regimes.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to the question sort of that we asked earlier about the generalizability of these findings, I think, across different leaders. And yeah, so
great.
But okay, so yeah.
Please.
So thank you very much for the very I think compelling and difficult questions, and thanks again for the opportunity to present. Much appreciated. I look forward to the rest of the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you also the participants who submitted questions. Let's take the 5 minutes. Actually, we can take 6 minutes break now and resume at 3 o'clock London time for the second paper. Thank you. All right, so we are ready for the second paper in this session, and it's partisan professionals, evidence from credit rating agencies. The presenter will be Margherita, I guess, and you have half an hour, and I'll let you know when sort of your minutes are up. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for having the paper on the program. This is joint work with Elizabeth, who is here, but she had to travel to Germany, so she might have unstable internet connection. But she will be also answering questions on the chat if you have clarifying questions. Okay, so we know that from evidence that political polarization and partisanship are on the rise. Becomes more and more often that people view the economic policies and economic conditions through a partisan perceptual screen. That means that the way they interpret economic condition and policy and economic policies is depends on whether their preferred party occupies the White House or not. And we know from prior literature from households that indeed partisan perception affects the formation of economic expectations. But if we want to understand whether partisan perception affects the US economy, it is important to see whether this translates to different economic decisions. Does partisan perception affect economic decisions? The evidence we have from households are mixed. When they're looking at spending behavior, we find in the prior literature, they find mixed evidence. For example, the paper by Macridis uses self-reported measures of household consumption, and they find it does affect it. On the other hand, Atif and Amir have a paper where they're using spending for cars and credit card spending, and they don't find any effect. When they're looking at the portfolio choice, there the picture is clearer. So the nice paper by Parker and Soar, they're looking around the election of Trump, and they find that Democrats or Republicans rebalance differently their portfolio. But what is missing is so far we don't have evidence how partisan perception affects individuals that have higher economic sophistication and also in high-stake environments. And in this paper, what we do is we're asking whether the political alignment with the president affects the decision of finance professionals. And we are focusing on an important setting of finance professionals, credit rating analysts. And this is an interesting setting for the following reasons. One is that for our study, it's important to be able to link individuals with their actions. And in this setting, we can actually link individual analysts to the credit rating decisions. We know from prior literature that this is a setting that matters, that credit ratings matter for firms' cost of capital and investment policies. So if it matters for credit, so that is that ratings have real effects. And in the setting of credit rating analysts, they need to make long-term forecasts, and it's more likely that your subjective beliefs matter in long-term forecasts rather than short-term forecasts. And finally, what is important for identification is that we have a setting where multiple analysts rate the same firm at the same point in time. That will allow us to compare actions of analysts of Democrats or Republicans who are going to be rating the same firm, same point of time. So keeping the time, like the information environment and the task the same, which will be important as will become clear in the talk. So what do we find? we find that analysts who are not affiliated by with the president party downward adjust ratings more. And it's interesting, we have an event study around the Trump election, and you see that around the election, the rating decisions of Democrat and Republican analysts diverge. This has real effects for companies and has price effects for companies. So we find that firms rated by misaligned analysts lose 0.5 to 0.6% of their market cap over a single presidential term. And when we're looking at bond yields, we do find that they experience an increase of 5.9 basis points in the bond yields over presidential term. So after we document that indeed being rated by an unaffiliated analyst has the downward adjust more, and this has price implications for firms. Next we go to mechanisms and understanding what might be driving this. One of the mechanisms we explore is that this is consistent with differences in beliefs around for aggregate economic conditions. That they view that the economic policies and conditions different whether your preferred party is in power or not. We have several evidence to support this. One is that we did our own survey among credit rating analysts, where we asked them how they view economic conditions, and that was under Trump presidency. And we do find that Republicans view it in a much more positive light relative to Democrats. And also we find that our results are stronger for companies who are more cyclical. So that means they are more sensitive to how the economy does, so they are affected more by the policies. And also the results are stronger where economic conditions in the US are more polarized. So there was an overview of the results. Let me go through the data. So the data we collected the rating actions of all US corporate debt issuers between 2000 and the first quarter in 2018. We have rating actions from Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. And for every rating action, what we do is we match it to a press release, and that press release will contain the names of the analysts that cover the firm. And usually they have two names. One will be the lead analyst, and that will be like kind of a younger analyst who is responsible for the analysis. And also they have the name either of a secondary analyst or the rating committee chair, who the rating committee chair also has a lot of power in influencing the ratings. So an important part of our paper is identifying the party affiliation of these analysts. And the source we use voter registration records. We have voter registration records for New York City, New Jersey, and Illinois. Actually, 96% of analysts in US work in either in New York office or the Chicago office. So we are able to kind of match them. What we do is we're gonna match the analysts who work in New York with voter registration records from New York City and New Jersey, and the analysts who work in Chicago with the voter registration records in Illinois. These voter registration records actually contain very detailed information. They have the full name, the age of the person, the address, the party affiliation, whether they voted in election, which elections and what type. So when we merge the two, we merge our analyst list with the data on party affiliation. We end up with 557 analysts covering 1,984 firms. We get a very good match rate, a 46% match rate. Of course, we lose people who might be international, so and we have in the paper like our people who might reside, for example, in Connecticut. But it's a good match rate and much better than we would do if we use contributions, because a lot of these analysts are younger and they don't actually have political contribution. I think with political contribution, we match about 50 analysts. The summary statistics of the paper, we found them very, in the descriptives of this paper, we found them very interesting. First, we want to see, this is the percentage of Democrats or Republicans, kind of the distribution of Democrats and Republicans in different industries. And you see that they are not evenly distributed, right? So you see that industries who have a lot of Democrats are utilities, they have, and consumer staples, while industries like energy, they are more likely to be covered by Republican analysts. I mean, what it means for us, for our paper, is that, of course, there's no random matching of analysts to firms, and we need to address that in our identification. Another interesting finding we saw is that, well, Fitch, Moody's, and S&P, they don't have the same distribution in terms of political affiliations. You see that Moody's is more likely to have Republican analysts and S&P more likely to have Democrat analysts. Again, in the setting of our identification, that means we need to address that. But we also find this crisis very interesting, that we see kind of this selection of people in terms of political affiliation. Our main dependent variable will be the rating, quarterly rating change. That's a difference in notches in rating at the end of the calendar quarter relative to the beginning of the quarter. So the ratings are transformed in cardinal scale, and 1 will be AAA and 21 will be C. And what this means is that when you see a positive change, it will actually be a downgrade. Okay. Another important variable here is an ideological mismatch that takes the value 1 if the party affiliation does not match the president, and 0 otherwise. So, as I kind of hinted from our descriptives, our empirical strategy has to address the following issues. One is there's no random matching of analysts to firms. As you saw, for example, one concern we had to address is that maybe what we find is, because let's say that Republican analysts are more likely to rate energy, and if energy does better under Republican presidents relative to Democrats, the reason that we find more downgrades when there is a Democratic president might not be because of partisan perception, but it might be just that this selection of let's say the Republicans rating more likely to rate energy. So we need to address this. Another issue we have to address, as I show you, that there's different composition of political affiliation in the rating agencies, and we know that asset returns correlate with political cycles, and if rating agencies use different methodologies to incorporate economic variables, that might mean that our result potentially might be explained by this. A final concern we need to address is that there might be time invariant characteristics of analysts with different affiliations. We know from prior literature that Democrats or Republicans they have these kind of fixed differences. So how do we address that? Through our empirical strategy. So our dependent variable will be the change in quarterly ratings. I say the level of observation is at the analyst, firm, and quarter level. The coefficient of interest will be the coefficient of ideological mismatch. So that will take the value 1 if the party of the analyst does not match the party of the president, and 0 otherwise. All our specifications have firm quarter fixed effect, so we're looking within the same firm at the same quarter. So addressing the concern about this non-random matching of analyst to firm. Moreover, we have party affiliation fixed effect. So we absorb all these time invariant characteristics that might correlate with being Democrat or Republican. And as I will show you in our specification, we also have additional fixed effect, agency quarter fixed effects, agency sector fixed effects to address this the difference between the agencies. So given that we have the party affiliation fixed effect, so our estimated coefficient beta will be orthogonal to this time invariant characteristics and object characteristics of analysts we might correlate with party. And so what we're capturing with our coefficient beta is not a fixed characteristic of being Democrat or Republican, but we capture how the behavior of the analyst will change will be different when he has the same party with the president relative to when they don't have the same party with the president. So in our specification we use changes instead of levels, and that's because actually levels are adjusted very gradually. We do have a result on levels in the paper, and you will see this slow adjustment that it the effect is there, but it takes some time for levels to move. They are more slow adjusting. So before we go to our regression, let me show you in a univariate result, our result in a univariate setting. What we have here is the adjusted rating change. That means we take the rating change and we subtract the average rating change of the firm in this quarter to address this non-random matching between firm and analysts. So what you see here, the red is Republicans, the blue are Democrats, and we have the different presidencies. What you observe is under Republican presidents, Republicans, remember, positive movies downgrade, negative movies upgrade. Republicans are more likely to upgrade relative to Democrats. Under Obama, it reverses. Now, Republicans are more likely to downgrade relative to Democrats. And in the Trump election, which was more unexpected, gives like a nice event study setting. You see here that the Democrats become much more negative relative to Republicans. Another conclusion from this graph is that also comes from my empirical analysis later, is that the differences are more stark under Republican president relative to Democrat presidents. That's something people have also seen in households. So let me go to the main results. So the dependent variable is a quarterly rating change, and our main coefficient of interest is the coefficient on ideological mismatch. As you see, that firms that are covered by a mismatch analyst, they actually, a mismatch analyst downward adjust more by 0.016 notches relative to mismatch to non-mismatch analysts. And here we have firm quarter fixed effects, agency fixed effects, and party affiliation fixed effects. As you see, as we tighten identification, the estimates become, they are pretty stable. And overall, we find, if you look at column 3, that analysts who do not support the president's party on average downward adjust more by 0.013 notches. And this is an average estimate of the, if you multiply by the 16 quarters over a presidency, you find that over a presidency, the downward adjust more by 0.2 notches. Just to give you kind of a magnitude, 1 notch is moving from A to A minus. So 1 out of 5 companies will be actually having like move from, let's say, 1 notch difference. Another way to see the magnitude, if you compare with other unobserved, so the importance of unobserved analyst characteristics. So kind of compare it relative to analyst fixed effects, and this will be kind of moving from the 5th year to the 75th percentile in terms of analyst fixed effects. We have a lot of robustness tests, and in interest of time, I won't go through all of them. I just want to highlight that in case that you are worried that there might be an extreme outlier, our results are robust if we run it as indicator upgrades, downgrades. Also, when we add analysis fixed effects, and also is not driven by recession. So one concern might be that what we find is different effect in recession, especially since we it spans our sample, but we have NPR recession times party affiliation fixed effects, and that doesn't explain our results. Moreover, we have, in order to further reinforce the interpretation that of our results, we use the setting of presidential elections to show the behavior of analysts when actually they change from being aligned to misaligned. So we do conduct event studies around presidential elections. We focus on these elections that they actually have a change in the party of president, that is 2000, 2008, and 2016. So here the blue line is the difference between mismatch and non-mismatch analysts. So what you see that before the election, and this is in event quarters, so before the election, you don't see any difference between mismatch and non-mismatch analysts. But you see that at the, after the election, mismatch analysts are more likely to downward adjust. And even you see in the event by the quarter of the election, the downward adjust more by 0.06 notches, and this more negative behavior continues for mismatch analysts. We also conduct this separately for the 2016 presidential election. This election has some nice features that it was an unexpected outcome. Also, candidates had very different views on economic policy. And finally, this didn't overlap with any other major economic event like some of the previous elections. So what do we see? So here the blue line actually compares the behavior between Democratic and Republican analysts. And you see that this is in months, so just to kind of zoom in the election. And you see that before the election, we don't see any difference between the actions between Democratic and Republican analysts. You see the month of the election, Democrats downward adjust more by about 0.034 notches. And later, I mean, you see February reversal, but when we open up the window and we have this in the paper, you don't see the reversal continuing. So on average, when we compare post and pre-Trump election, we do find that Democrat analysts are downward adjusting more in the post period relative to the pre-period relative to Democrats. So we saw that partisan perceptions matter for rating of actions of firms. So the next step is, are there price and real effect for companies? We do for looking at price effects. We estimate abnormal stock returns around rating changes announcements. And what we find is that companies who are rated by mismatch analysts have a more negative abnormal stock return. So replacing an aligned analyst with a misaligned analyst leads to a negative abnormal stock return of 0.5 to 0.6% over 4 years. We also find effect on when we look at bond yields. We do a similar exercise, so we estimate the change in yields around rating change announcements. And we find that again, replacing an aligned analyst over, with a misaligned analyst leads to a 5.9 basis points increase over 4 years. Finally, we're looking at analyst accuracy. In the prior results do show that indeed partisan perception matters and for rating actions, and that Democrats and Republicans take different rating actions within the same company. But what it doesn't say is that, well, who is kind of wrong and right? Is it that mismatch analysts downward adjust more than they should, or non-mismatch analysts are like much more are positive than they should? This is a kind of so the next step we saw, I will show you about accuracy. When we talk about accuracy, I want to say that there are a lot of caveats in this test, because first, we know that the rating actions might affect the company. So kind of there is this feedback loop. And furthermore, in this setting, we don't have what is the true probability of default and true, like, loss given default. So it's a kind of a hard, kind of a lot of caveats in the test. So what we do in order to have a measure of accuracy, we are using 2 tests. So what I will show you here is while we compare the rating action to the future move on credit spread. So we basically say, if I downward adjust the company, do I see that the rating and kind of the credit spreads go up in the future? So basically, if they move in the same direction, that means I'm accurate. If they move in the opposite direction, I'm less accurate. So what we see here, looking at spreads 4, 8, and 12 quarters forward, we do find that ideological mismatch analysts are less accurate. The result becomes weaker when we're looking at the 12th quarter. So we do find evidence that are less accurate, and we also have an alternative measure of accuracy looking at future revisions. But just to keep in mind that we have a caveat we will say in the paper about this test. So next step, we go into mechanism. So the main results show that analyst political alignment with the president affects credit ratings. The next is to understand what drives this. And we know from prior literature from households that households with different, whether they are have the same political affiliation with the president or not, affects how they view the economy. So that was kind of the first order mechanism we were looking, whether Democrat and Republican, like whether the analysts are matched with the president's party or not, affects how they view that the policies and the economy affects the credit risk of the companies. So as I said, we're going to show you this online survey. I will talk briefly about. The other evidence we have towards this direction is that we find that our effect is driven by firms and industries with high market betas, and these are the where the firms who are more sensitive to how the economy does, more sensitive to the policies that potentially the president might take. We also find that the effect is stronger when polarization in the views of economic condition is higher. So let me go to the online survey because we're very excited about this survey. So what we did, we conducted our own survey among credit rating analysts. We have 91 analysts we surveyed and 57 valued responses. And we reached out to alumni of Booth, Cornell, and we also sent messages and the survey to this analysts and friends group on LinkedIn. Okay. So what it was like surprising to us, but also kind of reassuring, it was that the composition of political affiliation in this kind of, totally unrelated to our sample, right? It was very close to our sample composition of political affiliation. So we had 40% Democrats, 27% Republicans, and 33% independent. To keep the survey short, we basically asked them one question. We asked them, how would you rate the economic conditions in this country today? Excellent, good, only fair, or poor? And we got this question from Gallup, and we just to make sure, they are the experts on asking questions. So we wanted to make sure that, what the question was well phrased. The responses they have to give was from poor, it will be 1, and 4, excellent. And we also asked them some basic demographic information, gender, age, and we asked them whether they're Democrat or Republicans, or they feel more close to Democrats or Republicans. So what do we see here? So green is the unaffiliated, blue are the Democrats, and red are the Republicans. And what you see, so this is a survey was done under Trump, and you see that Democrat analysts, Republican analysts are much more positive relative to Democrat analysts in how they view the economic conditions, okay? And the difference is statistically significant between Democrat and Republicans. The difference between Democrat and non-affiliated was not significant. So even in our own survey, that was not like a different sample than our sample we use in our main analysis, we do find that Republican analysts are much more optimistic about the economy relative to Democrats when we're under a Republican president. Another thing I want to point out is that Gallup actually makes this same question to households at the same time that we have in our survey. And the difference between Republicans and Democrats in households, just to give you a sense of magnitude, was 0.57. So the difference we find of 0.4 among professionals is smaller, but thinking that these are highly sophisticated professionals in a profession. So we were even surprised to find such a large magnitude that relative to kind of smaller than household, but still quite important. So our evidence on the survey further reinforced our interpretation that kind of this difference might be driven by the different beliefs about aggregate economic conditions. To conclude, we saw that partisan perceptions affect credit ratings. We find that analysts who are mismatched with the president, they downward adjust companies more. Moreover, this is one of the first studies that document these diverging economic behaviors of Democrats and Republicans, especially around the Trump election. And we saw these Democrat and Republicans kind of professionals around the election. One thing we wanted to comment on is they might ask, what is the source of this partisan perception? Okay? And this is outside the scope of our paper, but we have a couple of explanations in mind. One thing what we might be capturing by these partisan perceptions is the causal effect of party affiliation, like kind of like fans of a sports team, that you are more optimistic or pessimistic depending whether your team won. The other potential is that these partisan perceptions are actually this good proxy and being for ideological differences, that the political affiliation is a good proxy for ideological differences, except for on top of what gender, age, and ethnicity might explain. And we are confident with both interpretations. We wish we could say a lot about the sources of partisan perceptions, but that's kind of outside of our scope. What we find important in the paper is that we do show that the partisan perceptions have effects on credit ratings and price effects for companies. And if we want to understand better how partisan perceptions affect the US economy, we need to further understand how this has the real effects for companies and firms, and understand this even in other settings among finance professionals, or that partisan perceptions might matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Margherita. So the discussant, perfect timing, by the way. Now the discussant is Daniele Paravicini. Danielle?
Yes, I'm
Great.
looking for my thing. Share.
You have about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Thanks a lot for having me and for inviting me to discuss this paper. It was very interesting to read. So to summarize, this paper asks very broadly the question of whether finance professionals have partisan models of the world, and whether they update their beliefs heterogeneously in the political cycle. I think it's a very, very, very interesting and important question. The empirical setting is credit analysts. The way the authors are going to measure belief updates is by looking at credit rating changes. The model of our world is measured by party affiliation, whether you're Republican or Democrat, and the political cycle is going to be measured by changes in the party in power. So that, you know, what party is the president affiliated to? And the answer to the broad question is yes, and Margherita did a great job presenting the results, so I won't go into repeating what they are. But just to emphasize how cool the approach the authors use. Let me start by thinking about, if you were approached naively this question, what type of regression you would run. And the type of regression you would run would be a simple difference in difference. I suppose there are only two groups, Republican and Democrat. You would have changes in ratings by analyst I from J in quarter T on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, you had two sources of variation: the cross-sectional variation. This is whether the analyst I is Republican in this case or not. And then the classic time series variation. This comes from the president switching from Republican to Democrat. And this regression would tell you whether Republican analysts change ratings differently when there's a Republican president in power. You would want to also have in this difference in difference analyst firm fixed effects. What these fixed effects guarantee is that your estimate of beta comes from rating changes done by the same analyst to the same firm. You wouldn't want to be comparing ratings when the president is a Republican or not. You don't want to be comparing ratings to the same firm, let's say, or given by different analysts to make the case stronger. And of course, the time dummies control for economy-wide shocks. So what's the problem with this naive approach? The problem with this naive approach is that Republican and Democrat analysts might be assigned to systematically different firms. For example, Republican analysts might be assigned to firms that thrive when Republicans are in power. Suppose, arms manufacturing companies, and they thrive, and then you'll see a beta estimated here being positive or negative, given the way changing rates are designed, and it would have nothing to do with party affiliation. So what's this paper approach to deal with this kind of matching issue? Is to augment the time dummies with a kind of join them with firm variation by basically, sorry, but yes, so basically you're including a bunch of dummies for each firm at each point in time. What this guarantees is that you are comparing then Democrat and Republican analysts giving ratings to the same firm. By making this comparison within the same firm, you deal with firm level shocks, and all firm fundamentals are dealt with. It's a kind of a neat trick. Of course, this approach comes with a caveat that the beta with this specification can only be estimated from firms that have a Republican and a Democrat analyst at the same time, and that experience a change in rating by one, this both is wrong here, by at least one of them before and after the president becomes Republican in this setting. And this actually highlights the first question I have. Even though the paper provides a ton of descriptive statistics, what I was missing were statistics about how many firms, how many instances in the data this condition which you need for identification of beta in this setting happens. So how many instances you have this happen in the data? Are the firms for whom that have two analysts, one Republican, one Democratic, different to other firms? Are the time periods in which the Democrat changes ratings relative to the Republican and the same firm, are these special times? So the suggestion here is very simple. Just provide a ton of descriptive statistics of the subsample of firms for which beta is relevant, because I have the suspicion that this is not going to be a representative sample of all the firms in the population. So it's important to understand for whom this beta applies to for external validity. Now, this is true if the paper actually ran this regression, but the paper actually drops the fixed effects, the time invariant fixed effects from the specification, and remember that these fixed effects, especially the analyst fixed effects, were what ensured that the estimation came from rating changes by the same analyst when the president is Republican versus not. When you drop this, you could be comparing different Republican analysts rating the firm when the president is Republican versus when the president is not. And the problem with this is that the results might be driven by heterogeneity across Republican analysts or across Democrat analysts, and not because of changes in beliefs. So why they exclude fixed effects is the statement in the paper is because including these fixed effects is much more demanding on the data, and doing so would require estimating more than 500 additional parameters. I just find this statement, I find it very puzzling. These are regressions run with 50,000 observations. I know Margarita and I have run regressions in papers we have together with more than 10,000 dummies. So I don't see why this might be a technical impossibility. Further, the paper actually shows in this robustness table that they actually do estimate the beta with the fixed effects, and that even though the magnitude of beta drops 20%, it doesn't kill the effect. So to me, it's a bit puzzling why they do this. If it's truly they think there's something going on, you have to explain better what you mean by much more demanding. And if the results just don't change, just put them back in. The last thing, when you exclude something like this, that should be in the regression from a regression, the first thing a reader with a critical mind thinks is that something doesn't work. And if you exclude them, it means that something important doesn't work. If you just can avoid that type of speculation by just putting them back in. Moving to more interesting stuff, I find the selection of analysts into industries and agencies very interesting. They show that there's a ton of selection to cities, industries, and agencies, and of course they highlight that this might lead to a selection problem, and they solve it by adding in some specifications agency quarter fixed effects, in which if you add that relative to not adding them, the magnitude of beta drops 20%, or adding agency sector quarter fixed effects, in which case the beta drops by an additional 35% relative to this 20%. And to me, this was very striking, because once you're controlling for firm fundamentals, it was very shocking that beta, the magnitude of beta, shrinks so much when you control for this type of selection. And made me speculate of potential reasons why this could happen. One reason is herding, and this is going to lead to kind of a comment on interpretation. We have multiple models that explain why career concerns in this type of setting might create incentives to herd. We have some evidence from the mutual fund management industry, in early evidence by Chevalier and Edison, showing that these incentives are there. And the idea is simple. Suppose that you're a Democrat analyst working in energy that has 59% the Republican analysts, based on Chicago, that all 73% of the analysts in Chicago are Republican, and working for Moody's, where 67% of the analysts are Republican. These Democrat incentives have very strong incentives to act Republican, even if his beliefs are different, are Democrat beliefs. His comparison group in all dimensions, sector, city, his colleagues, and the same firm, are all Republican. If there are incentives to herd, this analyst is going to behave differently than if we were expressing, basically revealing what he actually thought. This actually leads to suggestions. For example, it would be cool to see whether this same analyst that I described in this example, whether he behaves differently when he's analyzing, let's say, a firm in a utility sector that's actually 63% Democrat. So the reason why, when you control for sector time dummies, these coefficients shrink might potentially be related to herding. And this leads to a potentially important interpretation question. From the beginning, this paper, as I mentioned, this paper implies that the ratings that analysts assign are equal to their beliefs. But you have an agency problem here. You're in a setting in which these people are not really selecting their own portfolios. They're maximizing their utility, and because their incentives might not be exactly just about just revealing the truth, but just appearing to be capable, let's say, if it's kind of a career concerns model, then you can't really equate ratings to beliefs, but it's important to characterize. I think still the question is important, but understanding then how beliefs get distorted or modified by incentives in an agency setting would be extremely interesting, and that's a topic that you don't consider at all. The other question about the economics of this is, if you think about, if you make mistakes in your own portfolio and you lose money, well, that's it. But in this setting, you have a model. The underlying model is a model where there's disagreement, and there's disagreement in equilibrium, and it's persistent. And if you are wrong, for example, suppose that the truth is that Democrat policies are good for the economy, and then when you have an 8-year stretch of Obama, Republican analysts are going to be making wrong predictions for 8 years in a row. And I just starts raising questions of how is it possible that these analysts are systematically wrong can survive? Do they suffer negative career consequences, or are they learning over time? In the dynamics results that you show, in some results, basically the results seem to persist over time. In others, they seem to disappear very quickly. So I would like to see more on the career consequences of kind of this behavior and exploring more the dynamics. Just to end, maybe this model I'm describing is the wrong model of the world. Maybe it's not true that that Democrat policies or Republican, I don't have a view on this, are good for the economy, and just basically that Democrat and Republican policies are just randomly sometimes good and sometimes bad, in which case the predictions by analysts are like predicting coin tosses, but this somehow runs against, if that were the case, then it's easy to understand why there's disagreement in equilibrium, but it just runs contrary to everything we know about analyst recommendations actually mattering for something. So I don't think this is the right model of the world, but still, it could be true. An alternative model, and with this we end, is this is highly speculative. I was thinking another type of market in which slant, political slant survives, and that's actually media markets, right? I was wondering if you can have a version, a financial markets version of media slant, by combining it with kind of this money doctors theory, that people, when they go to somebody to give them advice on finance, they just want to be reassured and be made calm, and not necessarily be, making them make money. In this model, the investors will also have a partisan view of the world. So you have Democrats and Republican investors, and these investors are willing to sacrifice some returns in order to get some recommendations that reassure them of their view of the world. And if this is the world, then analysts have a strong incentive to cater to investor partisan tastes. In which case, then, having a Republican slant or a Democrat slant doesn't actually make you worse off in equilibrium, okay? Because that your job is to cater to these guys. An interesting thing about this version of the model is that then you can explain disagreement in equilibrium, plus it will be consistent with selection. You have Republicans selecting into kind of Republican-dominated industries like weapons or energy, where Republicans may be the marginal investors, might explain the herding, and so on and so forth. So just to close, I enjoyed reading the paper a lot and thinking about it. It's a paper that's very thorough. It has tons of results. At the same time, it's kind of contradictory that the paper was opaque in what I thought were some kind of important issues, but fortunately, these are issues that are super easy to address. And what I was missing in the end, after reading it, was kind of a takeaway of what type of world do we live in that can basically have disagreement of the sort survive in an industry where there are high stakes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Daniel, for an excellent discussion. Margarita, do you want to, or Elizabeth, do you want to answer quickly?
Yeah. Yes. Hello, everyone, and first of all, Daniel, thanks a lot for such a thoughtful discussion. I'd like to respond to a couple of points before we go to the Q&A. First, you mentioned the issue that we require multiple analysts, or at least one analyst, to make a rating action on a firm that is also rated by another analyst. So that means we need firms that are rated by at least 2 rating agencies, and that means we're going to end up using 1,600 out of 9,400 firm quarters. And you're absolutely right. We can provide more descriptive statistics on whether these firms are special. Clearly, there's a big advantage to having these firm by quarter fixed effects and making this within firm comparison, because we can rule out that our results are driven by firm fundamentals, but we can definitely provide more information. If I had to speculate, I would actually think that the fact that we're looking at firms that are rated by multiple agencies could actually downward bias the effect of misalignment, because there's there could be some disciplining effect from having a second agency also rating the firm, and perhaps an analyst that is, by himself, and whereas there's no other rating agency that, performs similar analysis, might actually be more subject to partisan perception. But of course, that's me, speculating. The other thing that you raised was related to the analyst fixed effects, and there, I agree with you. We should definitely improve our explanation in the paper for why we don't exclude them in our baseline. As you mentioned, our results are robust to including analysts and also analysts by firm fixed effects. And it's actually not true that it depends on which set of results you're looking at, whether the coefficient goes up or down. You mentioned in our main table 2 result, the coefficient is 80% lower, t-set of 2.4. If we're getting rid of unaffiliated analysts, then it virtually doesn't move, and actually our price effects get somewhat larger magnitude. The reason why we ended up not including it in our baseline was that there is one cost to including these analyst fixed effects, and the cost is that we're losing variation for all analysts whose tenure doesn't span both a Democrat and a Republican president. So here we're looking at 8 years of Bush, 8 years of Obama, and they're actually around half of our analysts don't span multiple analysts, and then we don't have any within analyst variation to look at mismatch. So that's the cost. And the benefit wasn't obvious to us because we are including party affiliation fixed effect, so we can control for unobserved differences between Democrats and Republicans, which is obviously something that's very important, that's something you might be worried about. But so it would have to be something that's correlated with misalignment, but uncorrelated with a party fixed effect. So to us, we didn't have a clear economic story in mind for what variable that would be, and that's why we ended up not including those in our baseline specification. And then related to your comments on the alternative interpretations, the herding, that's a great idea. It's definitely something we could look at, and we haven't done so yet. I also like the suggestion on the media slant meets money doctor. It's something that we can do. And on the persistence, I agree. It is interesting that we see that there's no convergence over the course of the presidency. You could have imagined that maybe initially these guys have diverging opinions about how good or bad Donald Trump is going to be for the economy. And then as they observe more information, they start to converge. That's not what we see. And why that is the case is an interesting question. We did look at career consequences. We didn't find much there. That could be for two reasons. One is that we actually only observe the titles of these analysts for Moody's, which is, again, makes the sample smaller. And second, it could also be that, it takes a long time for people to figure out who's systematically off under one presidency versus the other. So you would have to observe a lot of different election cycles. So I don't think we have a final answer to that, but it's definitely something we should keep thinking about. So thanks so much. And Margarita, did you want to add anything?
No, I think we'll take some questions as well. Thanks so much, Daniel. Thank you for the discussion and excellent comments.
No
all right, so a couple of questions were answered by Elizabeth on the chat directly. One that was, for instance, about the Congress, whether this is about president or whether it's about being misaligned with Congress. And I guess, Elizabeth, if you want to say what you said on chat.
Yeah, so Thorsten was asking whether we find anything also for misalignment with Congress. We looked into that. The results are in the appendix, and it turns out that once we control for alignment with the president, there does not seem to be any incremental extra effect coming from alignment with Congress. And it's certainly an interesting question of why that is. We're not alone with that finding. Actually, there's an interesting parallel in the literature on political cycles and stock returns. They also find that it seems to be the president that matters, not Congress. And there is some interesting evidence from research that surveyed American voters on, for example, their preference for a single party majority in Congress, and it wasn't actually obvious. So only 1/3 of them had a clear preference for from a single party being in power of both Congress and the president. So that could be one explanation. Perhaps it's not that salient. These are just some thoughts that we have, but it's certainly interesting and important to understand why it is that the president matters so much more than Congress.
Yes, a question from the floor was whether you are doing anything, you're controlling maybe for a mismatch in partisanship between the analyst and the firm CEO. So some form of CEO firm analyst fixed effect, I guess.
Yeah, so we did look into that at some point. We wanted to kind of keep the paper more focused on alignment with the president and, with this channel of, belief disagreement about how the president affects the aggregate conditions. But certainly there could be additional layers of partisanship that we're kind of, not speaking to because we're focusing on alignment with the president. With alignment with the CEO, we did find also, effect with the same sign. It wasn't as strong as the effect of alignment with the president. But there could be certainly, different levels of misalignment that could matter, perhaps with local government, perhaps with firm managers. Maybe it's not just the CEO, but also the rest of the team. And we haven't explored that so much in this paper in order to keep it a little more streamlined.
And finally, I guess for another paper could this effect be looked at also in terms of rating of sovereign debt? Because I guess that would be even more politically.
Actually, I mean, based on what we think is the channel that's generating the economic channel that's generating the results, we would definitely predict something also on sovereign ratings. Of course, empirically testing it is a lot harder. Here we're working with a lot of different observations, various ways how we can look within the same firm and quarter. Once you look at the sovereign rating, you just don't have that variation. So I think establishing that empirically would be quite challenging, but at least, I mean, I'm absolutely agreeing with the point that we would predict a similar effect for sovereign ratings as well.
Our time is up. There are a couple more questions on the chat, but I'll leave them there. So thank you very much. Thank you, Margarita, Elizabeth, and Danielle for an excellent discussion and presentation. We'll take the usual 5 minutes and we'll resume at 4 o'clock London time.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so let's start. Thank you all. So we have now the third paper in this session is from Thomas Kraus and is entitled African American Mayors, Regulatory Credit Access and Mortgage Lending. You have half an hour. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, let me thank you. Thank the organizers for putting this paper on the program. I'm very happy to present my paper here. So so what the paper is basically about is how local politicians can affect mortgage lending in US cities via regulatory credit access. And let me start by saying, so why should we care about this topic? Well, first of all, home ownership can be like a crucial tool for wealth creation, upward mobility, and thereby tackle any wealth disparities. And one particular type of wealth disparity is a racial wealth gap. And a recent paper in the JPE found that there's still a persistent racial wealth gap in the US, namely that the median Black household persistently has less than 15% of the wealth of the median white household. So, and what the literature also does is to explain these disparity in the sense that that, for example, white renters, that they exhibit a much higher propensity to become homeowners than Black renters, all else equal, because of 2 reasons. The first one is negative treatment by banks or racial discrimination in the mortgage market. And the second reason for this higher propensity to become homeowners is that, that there are different application propensities in the first place to apply for a mortgage. And so here my paper comes in and asks whether local political leadership is able to generate a favorable environment for financial commitment, namely the access to housing finance and home ownership. And so what does this paper do in a nutshell? So my specific research question is, what are the effects of African American mayors on mortgage lending outcomes for Black households in the United States? For identification, I use a regression discontinuity design setup, and I use kind of a double-layered RD design. First, I will exploit an electoral regression discontinuity design, and on top of that, I I will apply a geographical RD setting. And to give you a preview of results, first, I find that mortgage origination towards African American borrowers increased by 6 percentage points after African American mayors took office. I find also that these effects are quite heterogeneous across space and bank types. So more specifically, I find that these lending effects are most pronounced for low-income neighborhoods and for one particular type of banks, namely commercial banks, which is at first sight a little bit counterintuitive, but I will come to that point later. And also, I find that although that overall lending standards increase, commercial banks are characterized by a decrease in lending standards. And I try to convince you that this has something to do with the Community Reinvestment Act. And this is also then my third finding, namely that this act, which is a federal law on equal access to credit, has a role in explaining my findings. Okay, so let me quickly say something about my contribution to the literature. So the first strand deals with minority household and credit access. And this strand of literature roughly confirms that there's, yes, still discrimination in the mortgage market. And it's important to say here that my paper doesn't say anything about discrimination, so whether discrimination is alleviated or not, but this paper shows that political leadership impacts the importance of race in mortgage lending decisions. The second strand of literature investigates the impact of local political leadership on urban policy outcomes, so a rather direct mechanism or direct effects. And my paper shifts this focus from urban policy outcomes to mortgage market and connects basically a little bit urban economics with the finance sphere. And the third strand of literature deals with the political economy of the mortgage market. And I will add to this by proposing a mechanism for the interaction between politicians or local politicians, banks, and federal laws on fair lending practices. Okay, so let's come to the data. So first, I will describe my election data. So the total sample where I collected elections, also based on existing papers, covers the period between 1990 and 2014. I have roughly 1,000 elections in 200 cities with more than 25,000 inhabitants. And since I look at the topic of black-white elections, I can only exploit basically interracial elections. So which reduces my total number of elections from 1,000 to roughly 330 elections in 128 cities. So, and what I do have is I have the information on the name, party affiliation, and the race of both the mayor and the runner-up candidate. And I also have information about the vote totals, and so I can calculate vote shares. All right, so and this election set I will connect with data on mortgage lending, mortgage origination activity. And this data comes from the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, and it contains information on mortgage applications and originations, also between 1990 and 2016. This is the time period for the HOMDA data. I have information about the property location at the census tract level, which is important to map basically the city level election outcomes to the mortgage lending outcomes at the even finer granular level than the city level, namely census tract. And then I have information on the applicant, So whether it's a white applicant or an African-American applicant, I have information on banks, so which bank types are lending, and I have some information on the loan. All right, so let's come to the identification strategy. So obviously, African-American mayors or political leadership is not randomly assigned to US cities. So they happen for a specific reason. For example, if there's some demographic developments in a city that lead to both higher votes for African-American candidates, but also to higher mortgage demand, then this will be an omitted variable which I need to control for, and which is usually not observed by the researcher. And so therefore I use the conventional regression discontinuity design and exploit close elections, because these provide some quasi-random variation in election winners, because it is argued in the literature which race wins is likely to be determined by idiosyncratic factors, and this gives me the quasi-random variation in election winners. And what I do in the first step is I compare mortgage lending outcomes in cities where a black candidate barely won a mayoral election with mortgage lending outcomes in cities where the black candidate barely lost an election. And this is the regression specification for this identification strategy. So on the left-hand side, I have mortgage outcomes at the census tract city level, and I regress that. So mortgage lending outcomes, meaning I have mortgage origination, so the log of total number of mortgages. I have lending standards and acceptance rates. Later, I will explain a little bit more in detail how they are defined. So then I regress basically these mortgage outcomes on a dummy variable, which indicates whether there is an African-American mayor, yes or no. And also, and this is crucial then for the regression discontinuity setting, I have a running variable or an assignment variable, which enables me to exploit close elections. Namely, I define the assignment variable as the vote percentage by the black candidate minus the vote percentage of the white candidate, and I standardize, I center this around 0. So meaning that this assignment variable is between -1 and +1, and 0 is basically the cutoff. So everything that is in a positive domain means that African-American mayors govern the city. Further, I conclude control variables, population, the percentage of minority population, family income, and the percentage of persons above age 65. And in order to exploit close elections, I apply the mean squared error optimal bandwidth algorithm by Calonico et al., and which is basically a data-driven algorithm which determines like what does it mean to look at close elections. And in the baseline scenario, my bandwidth is 0.117. So 70% plus and minus basically the cutoff. All right, so let's first have a look at the graphical illustration of the regression discontinuity design. So what we see here is basically unconditional means in 8% bins for the assignment variable of basically the mortgage origination outcome, namely the log of number of accepted mortgages. And the solid lines are basically predicted lines from a local linear smoother, estimated separately based on the raw data, right and left to the cutoff. And what we can see here is that there is a jump in the mortgage origination activity after African-American mayors took office. So, but since it's just a graphical illustration, let me jump to the regression specification. So what I can see here, what we can see here is the baseline table. So the outcome variables are log of accepted mortgages. And then in the first column, I basically run the RD design on a global sample with the cubic vote share. Second column is then the local sample. So there I concentrate on local elections. And the third column is basically the specification of interest, because there I include control variables. And there we see that there's a positive RD treatment effect, namely that mortgage lending increases by 6 percentage points after African-American mayors took office. And since I have a little gap between the unit of observation, because my outcome variable is measured at the census tract level, I also repeat the analysis at a more aggregate, at the city level, which doesn't alter the results which I get at the census tract level here. Okay, so and what I then do is I want to find out, okay, whether there is some heterogeneity across space and across bank types. And what I do is I define, first of all, poor census tracts, which mean that they are defined as low and moderate income census tracts, and which are defined again as if they have a median family income below of 80% of the metropolitan statistical area income. So these are defined as poor census tracts. And here we see that the RD treatment effects are much more pronounced in the poor census tract subsample than in the rich census tract subsample. Second, I wanted to find out, okay, is there some variation across bank types? Because originally I thought that that local politicians might interact mostly with banks which focuses their lending business more in the local community, for example, thrifts or credit unions. And so therefore I distinguish these different banks, and surprisingly, I find that the effects are largest for the commercial banks, which is at first sight a little bit counterintuitive, because why should, for example, the headquarters of Bank of America in Charlotte, North Carolina, care about some shift in political power in a small city in Midwest and alter their lending policies? So from this view on, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but I will explain how we can interpret these results. Okay, so the second outcome variable I look at is at mortgage lending standards. Okay, and this is again the regression discontinuity graphical illustration, and here we see that lending standards get tighter, that they get a little bit stricter after, like in the cities where African American mayors closely took office or closely won the election. How do I measure mortgage lending standards? I follow a recent RFS paper by concentrating on denied mortgage applications and look at the share of the applicant income of the denied applicant relative to the applied mortgage volume. And so the intuition would be, or the question would be, do banks reject wealthier applicants given the same loan amount they applied for? And so like an increase in this ratio means that they reject wealthy applicants, meaning that the lending standards get a little bit tighter. So again, here in the regression discontinuity setting, we find that overall lending standards increase, but this is not the case when we distinguish again by bank types. Because again, for commercial banks, lending standards seem to decrease, while for all the other bank types, namely thrifts and credit unions and shadow banks, they seem to display an increase in lending standards. And so I wondered, okay, how can this be? So what's the difference between these banks? And one difference is that commercial banks and also thrifts are subject to the so-called Community Reinvestment Act. And this is this act I wanna explain right now. So the Community Reinvestment Act is basically a fair lending law for equitable access to credit. It was enacted in 1977, and this act encourages all depository institutions to ensure access to credit for especially low and moderate income neighborhoods and borrowers. And the rationale for this act was lenders and banks, they not only lack the information on the information and also the incentives for information collection about low and moderate income borrowers and minority neighborhoods. And this was the rationale for enacting this act. We might ask, okay, is this a binding regulatory constraint? So do banks follow this act? And the literature is basically has not found a uniform conclusion to this. So on the one hand, you can say, yes, it's binding because banks are regularly examined for compliance, and the process for these CRA examinations is also rather complicated, but still they're examined, and they also get some tests, basically results for this. And the Federal Reserve considers especially the CRA performance of banks if they apply, for example, for mergers, acquisitions, or branch openings. And so banks might have an incentive to do well on these exams in order to follow their expansion plans. On the other side, it might not be binding because the CRA has no legal enforcement mechanism, and so far very few banks really failed an CRA examination. So, but why do I think, or why might this be applicable in the very local context, in the mayoral context, such a federal law? And I have some anecdotal evidence, namely that the main regulatory authority, the OCC, announced some reform proposals in 2018 and 2020 to basically simplify this whole CRA examination process. And in response to these reform proposals, mayors, for example, the San Antonio mayor, Ron Nirenberg, wrote a letter to Jerome Powell saying that, okay, we need to have an open conversation about how to improve the Community Reinvestment Act. And he did this with 70 mayors together, signing like a kind of a petition. And recently, the Chicago mayor, Lori E. Lightfoot, says that while Chicago is battling against an historic threat to our health and economy, the Trump administration is busy attempting to gut laws, meaning to drive resources to lower income communities. And with the law, she basically means the Community Reinvestment Act. So therefore, I decided to investigate this a little bit further. And how do I identify now the effect of this Community Reinvestment Act on lending outcomes conditional on this political context? So first of all, what I did was this electoral regression discontinuity design. I have disclosed election samples where I have control group cities, where white mayors govern, and I have treatment group cities. And based on these two different set of cities, I run a geographical regression discontinuity design. And the idea of the regression of the geographical regression discontinuity design is that each city is composed of census tracts, and there are census tracts which are eligible for Community Reinvestment Act and census tracts which are not eligible. And the cutoff here is 80%. meaning that if a census tract has below 80% of median family income, then it is basically eligible. And if a census tract is above this 80% of census tract median family income, it is not eligible for this Community Reinvestment Act. And this I exploit basically in this two set of cities and run this regression, this continuity design here. So what do I find? So first, I look at whether the CRA affects mortgage acceptance rates. And if we look at this panel here, then I only look at the close black winner cities. And here I find an effect of the CRA on mortgage acceptance rates, which, however, is not the case in the set of close white winner cities. So here I don't find any effect on of the CRA on mortgage acceptance rates. So this speaks to the evidence that that this federal law on fair lending practices has a differential effect on mortgage acceptance rates in black cities versus white governed cities. Third, I also look at lending standards, and what I find here is that banks, which are basically subject to this Community Reinvestment Act, that they display a decline in lending standards, and which is not the case for non-CRA subjected banks. In the sample of the close black winner cities, and I don't find these effects in the set of close white winner cities. Okay. All right. So, and to give you also an idea of how robust my findings are, I do like the standard validity checks, namely the McCrary manipulation tests. And I find that like both in the electoral and also in the geographical RD setting, it fails to reject another hypothesis of no difference in the density of the assignment variable. Then I do some standard balance covariate checks. I also look whether party affiliation drives my findings, and my findings stay robust even after including a Democrat dummy or control variable for party affiliation. I also don't find any pre-election trends with respect to pre-election mortgage outcomes. And I also do several robustness checks with different ways to define the bandwidth and also the polynomial order of the assignment variable. All right. So to conclude, in this paper, I showed that African-American mayors leads to higher mortgage origination by banks towards black households. Further, I find that lenders which are subject to the Community Reinvestment Act not only originate relatively more mortgages to minorities compared to other bank types where this act is not binding, but commercial banks also decrease their lending standards. And in the second analysis, I show that the Community Reinvestment Act causally increases mortgage acceptance rates and decreases lending standards only in cities where African-American mayors barely won, but this effect is not, I do not find this effect in white governed cities. And how do I interpret these findings? Well, I would say that a shift in political power can affect the enforcement of federal laws on fair credit access and ultimately affect the availability of housing credits to minorities.
Thank you, Thomas. Perfectly on time. So discussion is Alberto Manconi. Alberto?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Thank you, Phil. You have about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Very good. So first of all, let me thank very much the organizers for asking me to discuss this paper. I liked it a lot. It tackles a very important question, and it's obviously very timely. And on top of that, it makes very careful use of state-of-the-art methods. So I must say I learned a lot reading it. And at the same time, my life as a discussant was a bit hard because there was very little that I could poke holes in. So for that reason, I'm going to focus my discussion on 3 points. I'll talk about the positioning of the paper. I'll discuss the external validity, and I must be honest here, I'm just playing devil's advocate to some extent. And then I'll talk about the channel and the policy implications. Now, I have a secret identity as a historian, so I will position the paper in the context of the history. And so the question of the political representation of African Americans goes way back. So President Lincoln was already discussing it during the Civil War. And there was, during the Reconstruction era, a meaningful increase in Black political representation. And that has been associated with improvements in education and land redistribution. Unfortunately, a lot of that simply vanishes after Reconstruction. So 1877, the Northern Army leaves the South, and then there's a bit of a white backlash. So poll taxes and literacy tests effectively disenfranchise Black voters. There come Jim Crow laws and segregation. There is violence that stifles Black economic activity. One response to that was the Great Migration. And so this in 2 ways, what used to be a predominantly rural and southern population moves to the urban north. And again, unfortunately, the urban north does not exactly welcome them with open arms. So there is white flight, there is residential segregation, and there is redlining. And redlining is a sort of, ethical discrimination in the real estate market that basically made it costlier, more expensive, or harder to obtain a mortgage if you live in a neighborhood with a predominantly Black population. These forces and others have slowly eroded whatever advantages there might have been to Black children growing up in the North. And by now, they fare no better than in the South. All this to say, the question of political representation of African Americans has a long history. It's very important, and it has far-reaching consequences. And so I think Thomas's paper makes a nice contribution to this literature by linking it to the ability to buy a house, which is one of the main channels through which we accumulate wealth. Let me now talk about the empirics of the paper. And the question that we're dealing with is not an easy one, and so there are of course many empirical challenges. Some of these challenges I think are more than adequately addressed with the regression, the two-way regression discontinuity design. So I'm not going to talk about them. I will focus on 2 issues where I think the paper still opens up a flag to attack by a nasty referee. So to be completely clear, I'm not raising these points because I want to go referee 2 on Thomas. I think a referee might raise these points and I want to provide Thomas with ammo that he can use to reply to such a referee. And so the first issue is the issue of external validity, in the sense that cities with interracial mayoral races may be systematically different from other cities. So for example, we know from table 1 of the paper that interracial elections take place predominantly in the South, in cities with a larger Black share of the population, with lower incomes, lower house values. So these are the places where the marginal value of political representation is probably the highest. Okay, so let's look at economic effects. And so it's on page 3 of the paper. Thomas has this headline economic effect of a 6 percentage points increase in mortgages to Black applicants. There's obviously a question whether that's large or small. So I looked up the rate of mortgage approvals in Georgia. This is a large state in the South. So I took it as with many of these interracial elections. And so I took it as a benchmark. And compared to that benchmark, we're looking at a 7% increase, which I think is not trivial, but at the same time, not so large as to be implausible. So it makes sense. Now that brings up another question, whether the banking system, how comfortable is the banking system providing this extra credit? And so I made a back of the envelope calculation. I will spare you all the gory details. My impression is that Thomas's economic effect imply, in terms of extra mortgages every year, something with the order of 15 millions. Is that big? Is that small? I compared it to the size of bank deposits in the Atlanta MSA, and that's 0.07%. So I think by any reckoning, it's not a crazy stretch for the banking system to provide this extra credit. What are the welfare benefits for the African American population? And so here I looked up the GDP of Atlanta. That's 400 million. If we assume a black share of the GDP of 35%, that corresponds to the black share of the population in the median city in Thomas's sample, that means that the increase in lending, so 15 million, is about 11% of black household GDP. So that suggests that the welfare benefits will be large. Let me now make a few additional points about the channel, and in particular about whether the effects that we observe are related to credit demand or credit supply. So the credit supply story is one where you elect a black mayor and the mayor takes some action that induces banks to increase their lending, to be less reluctant to lend to black households. The credit demand story could be that black households see that a black mayor has been elected, their confidence receives a boost, and so they're more likely to apply for a mortgage. Now, Thomas has one paragraph in his paper that says that in a future draft of the paper, so this comment is a bit unfair, I must confess. In a future draft of the paper, Thomas plans to employ the Kwajalein approach to disentangle credit demand and credit supply. And so the Kwajalein approach boils down to identifying credit supply effect, exploiting borrowers that borrow from multiple banks. And so by running a fixed effect estimation, we can separate credit demand from credit supply. Now, this is a standard in the literature, but to be honest, I don't think it's very useful in this context, because the Kwajalein approach relies on the assumption that the credit supply change is unrelated to credit demand. And as we said, in this context, this is difficult to guarantee because of the confidence effect of the election of a black mayor that may boost credit demand. And it is also possible that credit demand is going to be directed towards a specific set of banks. So banks that ex ante are less likely to turn down an application in the first place. I think Thomas can get a lot more traction by providing us with more information, or even more information, about the analysis of the Community Reinvestment Act that he described very well. So I'm not gonna repeat that explanation. Suffice it to say that one crucial assumption of that analysis is that on the two sides of the cutoff, the census tract cutoff, where we have CRA eligibility on one side but not on the other, there are little relevant economic differences. Now, I wonder if that assumption is always accurate. And so, for example, here is a picture of the famous Detroit 8-mile wall, which was built precisely to separate a white and a black neighborhood. Or think of redlining that we were talking about before. So it's clear that sometimes in different neighborhoods, there will be important economic differences that are way beyond CRA eligibility. It's also not 100% obvious to me how, with this analysis, we are separating credit demand and credit supply. That might be my main issue. In the sense that I can imagine that, yes, maybe the mayor takes some action that induces banks to discriminate less against black applicants. But it could also be that the CRA eligible tracts contain a higher share of households that are marginal borrowers. And so they become more likely to apply once their confidence is boosted following the election. So I think a lot of these issues could be addressed if we had a better sense of what actions mayors actually take that generate the increased credit. And so in one section of his paper, Thomas has some nice anecdotal evidence about Maynard Jackson, who was a mayor of Atlanta in the 70s and in the early 90s. And so some of the actions that Jackson took have a credit supply flavor. For instance, he used city deposits as leverage to pressure banks to appoint black executives. And so that to me goes in the direction of credit supply. Now, Thomas mentions also that Jackson used the CRA as a tool to generate more credit. Now, it's less obvious to me how that happens, and this is really my ignorance of the institutional context, in the sense that I would assume that the enforcement of the CRA is under the purview of bank regulators, not the mayor. So it's not clear what the mayor can do. In addition to that, other actions that the mayor took have more of a credit demand flavor. So the establishment of the minority business enterprise program, supporting low-income housing policies, and so on and so forth. What I would like to see here is perhaps definitely more institutional context for ignorant people like myself, but perhaps even data. For instance, I like the idea of the mayor using city deposits as leverage, and I assume that there might be public records of that. And so perhaps you could instead of anecdotes, you could provide us with data. Last point that I want to make is about the channels. So what kinds of lenders are the main vehicle for the extra credit? And in the version of the paper that I read, most of the effects are coming from commercial banks and shadow banks. So credit unions are unaffected by the CRA, so perhaps you don't need to worry about them, but I was surprised that the effects for thrifts were a bit smaller than for commercial banks, in the sense that I would assume that the thrift is more local, and so they could be more exposed to whatever type of pressure that the mayor could take to generate more credit. I was also surprised that the shadow banks were generating a reasonably large effect, because I would assume that the shadow banks don't care. They're not really a local institution. There's also something that Thomas does not look at, and I think he could, and it would be a nice idea. And that's black banks. So there's a bit of a literature on black banks. There's a very nice paper forthcoming on the RFS by Stein and Yanelis that looks at Friedman savings banks. That's way in the past, but historically there have been a number of banks that have been established by and have targeted a clientele of African Americans, and they seem like they seem to me a natural candidate for producing this extra credit that Thomas documents. There's a debate on their role over time in a recent book by Mesra Baradaran. Okay, so that's all that I wanted to say. So let me wrap up and conclude. It's a very super interesting topic. I liked it a lot. And I want to be very, very clear. I believe the result, I find it very plausible. But at the same time, I would like to know how it happens, how the effects are produced. And sort of to persuade me, the salient questions that I think I would like to see more are, number one, what actions of the mayor drive your effects? And so maybe you can just provide more institutional background or maybe even more data. And the second question would be, is it credit supply or credit demand?
Thank you very much, Alberto. Thomas, you want to reply quickly?
Yes, thanks, Alberto, for this very thoughtful discussion. So let me just grab a few points, like on the credit demand supply issue. Yeah, this is like a major issue for me. I thought that Kwajalein could work, because if the same bank lends to a city at the same time where election takes place, versus where no election takes place, so I could trace out. But yeah, I don't know whether this makes sense, so I have to think about it more in detail. And about the black owned banks. So this is a good idea. I also thought of this, and I looked into the data, and unfortunately, like since 1990, when my sample starts, there are only very few banks. So I think yeah, and I don't know whether this gives me enough power. And yeah, and the other points are very well taken. I might come back to you and we talk about this more in detail. But thanks a lot.
All right, a couple of questions from the floor. So the first question, it's a little bit about this demand and supply effect, and it's specifically asking, are there any differences in the composition of applicants' pool at the micro level, like credit scores, debt being raised, other debt, yeah, as well as supply side variables, maybe like interest rate, fees, and around the election changes? So in some sense, how are these aspects of demand and supply changing? Can you say something about that?
Yes. So like with respect to the applicant characteristics, I only have income as an interesting variable to inspect this. I also could, but this is possible since 2000, I could merge HMDA data with Freddie Mac single loan level data set, where I also have the FICO score, debt to income ratio. And so I could use this and look at, okay, what changes before and after the election with the credit worthiness of the applicant. So this is a good idea. Even if it's only starting from 2000, but still, I would have enough elections to see whether there is some composition change going on. This is a good point. Yeah.
Another question points out to the issues about political affiliation. So currently you are including a party dummy control variable, but in some sense, maybe a better test would be to compare the effect of say, white Democrat win compared to a black Democrat win. So to compare within the party to add, in some sense, some extra control on your specification.
Yeah, this is a good point. Yeah, I will do it, and I can do it. Yeah.
On the chat, there was quite a discussion that took care of itself about the difference in your basic the approach coming from a significant drop in the applications that are accepted before the surprise loss of a mayor. And so there was some debate about whether that's the key identifying effect that you're picking up. So the surprise is in losses, and where does it come from? And so one suggestion was it may come from expectations by bank that the credit to a black will go up, and then ending up not manifesting itself as realized. So that's, but I guess it's interesting to see which side of the effect takes. Is it the loss that is significantly different from the normal, or is the win that is significantly higher? It would be interesting if you had some power to distinguish between these two.
Okay. Like a very quick point to this. I mean, I could look at I could exploit the time series dimension, like pre and post elections in white governed cities and in black governed cities, and see, okay, whether there is some change in the acceptance of mortgages going on. Yeah.
Yes, a related point suggestion was to look maybe at the black incumbent losing. So if that's the effect you're coming, so looking at the effect of the incumbent race as well for that purpose.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot again for the feedback.
Perfect. Alberto, do you want to say one last word, or?
No,
okay.
I don't need to. Thank you.
Thanks, Alberto.
All right. So thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Alberto. Thank you for all the participants. And we'll have a little bit longer, maybe a few more minutes. So we'll restart at 5 o'clock sharp London time. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. 5 p.m. in London, 12 noon in Florida. We've had an exciting 2 days, and we're now coming to the last, but not least, session of this conference, Finance and the Media, with 2 exciting papers. We first turning to April, who will tell us about the media partisanship and fundamental corporate decisions. April, all yours, 30 minutes, please.
Okay. 1 second here. Okay, hopefully all can see my screen.
Yes, we can indeed.
Okay. All right, so thank you to the conference organizers for this opportunity. So this paper is co-authored with one of my colleagues at Florida State, Baijia Liu, and John McConnell at Purdue. Okay, so I'm going to start off my presentation with a little history. The guy you see pictured here is Ted Turner. Just prior to 1980, he bought a failed Atlanta TV station. He had a vision of a superstation that was going to be able to broadcast to everyone across the country 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this was not something that was done at the time. So he was successful. In June of 1980, he launched CNN, and it became popular over time. It became very popular in the early 90s during the Gulf War. It became known for live footage of events around the world, and oftentimes they were the first to cover it. So important to the context of our paper, CNN was the only game in town from 1980 through 1996. So sometime later, these two gentlemen enter the cable news scene. So the guy on the top left is Rupert Murdoch. He actually tried to buy CNN, but was unsuccessful. It turns out Ted Turner was not interested in selling. So as any good businessman would do, he actually decided to make CNN's competitor. So this leads me to the guy on the bottom right, who is Roger Ailes. He was actually a very prominent Republican political consultant at the time. He worked on a few presidential campaigns, and he made very well known that he thought the media, the mainstream media, was way too liberal. So these guys teamed together to create Fox News, which had two different aspects to its programming. So first, there was the news, which is just like CNN, but there was a novel aspect to Fox News as well, which was opinion programming. And this actually wound up being extremely popular. So Fox News launched at the end of 1996, but took a number of years to kind of disseminate across the country. So the data on Fox introduction comes from Della Vigna and Kaplan, and they use something called the Television and Cable Fact Book. So we actually got these fact books, and they look like huge phone books. So envision the phone book for New York City, except instead of individuals and telephone numbers, you have townships and their cable offerings, as well as some information about each cable offering. And so this was actually a massive data collection. I'm assuming they had an army of RAs to do it, but they have 3 years worth of the Fox introduction information. So they have 1998, 2000, and 2003. So as of 1998, about 9% of townships across 23 states offered Fox. So this is seen on the map in yellow. As of 2000, about 18% of townships offered Fox across 35 states. These are represented in purple on the map. And as of 2003, there were more than half of the townships across 35 states offering Fox. Okay, so why am I talking to you about this? Well, quite some time ago, actually, finance academics decided that media plays an important role as an information disseminator. Most of the early papers actually treated media as being homogenous. They're sort of cookie cutter, offering a homogenous product, which is the news. More recent papers actually broke from this norm and allowed media outlets to be distinct, to offer different products. So Garoon and Butler 2012 is a good example of this. They make a distinction between local and national media and find that local media cover local firms more positively. And more recently still, we have Beloria and Heese, which is a JFE 2018 paper, that actually find that Democratic-leaning firms delayed the release of bad news until after the election for fear that Fox would cover them negatively. So if we take the implications of Beloria and Heese as given, it would suggest that managers not only know about the partisanship in media, but they actually take it into account, which would suggest that corporate decision-making should be unaffected. And this is exactly what we're looking at in our paper. So first, we're going to look at whether the Republican slant of Fox News under George W. Bush, obviously a Republican president, painted an optimistic portrait of the economic outlook that induced an upward shift of both investment and debt financing only in firms where we have Republican-leaning managers and in places where Fox was introduced. We're also going to look at these stock options that these same treated managers are willing to accept or even seek out to be able to take advantage of the optimism. Okay, so first I should probably take a step back and maybe establish whether or not media are in fact politically biased. So there are plenty of papers in this area. This is not exhaustive, to any extent of the imagination, but here are just a few. So Lewandowski 2013 suggests that news sources are actually even opinionated. So they do offer the news, obviously, but they're going to offer it with a distinct point of view. Gerling 2008 actually looks at different programs on different media outlets, including Fox News and some programming on ABC and NBC News. And he actually finds that there's substantial evidence for bias in his analysis. And it's the same time frame as ours, by the way. Grosclose and Milliot 2005, this is a QJE paper. This is actually pretty widely cited. They were one of the first to quantify the bias, and they do so in kind of a cool way. So they look at citations of think tanks and policy groups who are themselves often ideologically biased. So you have liberal and conservative think tanks and policy groups. And they're going to look at those that are mentioned by congressional members. Of course, we know whether congressional members are Republican or Democrat. And they're going to compare the, sort of number of times these are mentioned or which ones are mentioned by different news providers. And so if we look at table 3 from their paper, it actually offers 2 important insights in our paper. So first of all, I should tell you that the average American voter is quantified at an ADA score of 50. So higher scores are associated with a liberal bias and lower scores are associated with a conservative bias. So the very first thing is that turns out Roger Ailes was correct. The media overall is in fact biased. To liberal, has liberal bias. The other thing to note is that Fox News is in fact biased towards Republicans or is conservatively biased. So now that I've hopefully convinced you that there is some media bias, let me add a little color and interest. And we're going to do so looking at coverage of Donald Trump. Now, I acknowledge that this is not in our sample term. I hope you'll indulge me just for the sake of adding that color and interest. So over at CNN, this is something they aired, by the way. They have about 82% of their coverage being negative towards Trump. Over at Fox, it's 33% negative. Over at Fox, we have coverage of the same information, but theirs is a little bit different. They show CNN being negative on Trump 93% of the time and Fox being negative 52% of the time. What I find interesting about this is that Fox is showing that they are pretty balanced, even trending toward negative, and that the source of both pieces of information here stem from the same place. It's from the Harvard Shorenstein Center, obviously covering different periods, but I found that interesting. You can also look at the coverage. So how often or what are these networks covering? So looking at 2 hot button topics for Democrats versus Republicans, looking at climate change, which is a Democratic hot button, we see CNN covering climate change twice as much, roughly speaking, as Fox News. Looking at a conservative hot button topic, immigration, we see Fox News covering this topic, I don't know how many times more, a lot more. So across 5 days, an hour, roughly speaking, versus 6 minutes for CNN. So very distinct, both tone and coverage. Also important, even in our sample term, and I'm going to provide evidence of that in a few minutes, is what's going on the internet. And interestingly, both coverage and tone can be distinctions in that can be seen on the internet. So again, if you'll indulge me, I thought it was a little kind of interesting. And plus, I wasn't paying attention to this back in our sample term. I am now. So let's look at a bad news day for Trump. So August 22nd, 2018 was the day that Manafort was found guilty on 8 counts, and Cohen actually implicated Trump in a crime. So this is definitely a bad news day for Trump. So what I did was I actually went to CNN and Fox News. I typed it into the browser, and this was about 2 minutes apart. This is what I found. So over at CNN.com, we see that 75% of the screen is devoted to these 2 breaking stories. Even the tone of the verbiage on the website is negative. So Anderson Cooper, for example, says Cohen basically called Trump a crook. Over at Fox News, the situation looks much different. We have 15% of the screen, generously speaking, devoted to these dual breaking stories. And the verbiage is a little bit vague, maybe. I wouldn't argue it's negative. And it's not even the top story. So we see the top story on this day being an illegal immigrant being a suspect of a prior murder. Let's also look at a good news day for Trump, to be fair. So we have March 22nd, 2019. This was the day that the Mueller report came in, arguably exonerating Trump. Over at CNN, we have a third of the screen devoted to this big story. And the verbiage there is even like it's, not done. What's next? Over at Fox, we have 75% of the screen devoted to this breaking story. And the verbiage is pretty positive. This is a grand slam. We've got, Rudy Giuliani and Trump with big old smiles on their faces. So very distinct. Okay, so assuming you believe that there is this distinction between the coverage and tone at CNN and Fox, how could that impact managerial decision-making? So the political science literature suggests that there is this increase in polarization in the US. Me being here, I can tell you that you don't need research to tell you that. But we see it actually pictorially here. So Pew Research gives a survey across different decades. And so from 1994 to 2004, we see there is a distinction between the median Democrat and the median Republican. The difference or the distance between these voters, these median voters, is not that much increased, at least not easily seen between those 2 left graphs. But we do see a sort of erosion between or in the middle ground. This is the area where these voters can agree on things, they can compromise on things. So that's starting to erode. And then when you look at the distinction between 2004 and 2014, I mean, it's very, very clear that we have, first of all, an increase in the distance between the median voters. It's much larger, at least 2-fold, if not more. And also easily seen is this further erosion of the middle ground. I mean, it's incredible, actually. Martin and Yurkoglu actually argue that cable news is actually responsible for about 2/3 of this increase in polarization. Importantly for our paper, they also argue that cable news cultivates a taste for like-minded news. So Republicans that watch Fox News are going to be more likely to watch Fox News on an ongoing basis. And the same thing is true for CNN. And this phenomenon is actually has been documented for decades in the psychology literature. It's called confirmation bias. And it's important to note here that this phenomenon is not at sort of one income bracket or one education level. It exists at all levels. There's a lot of documentation in this area. So even highly educated, smart people succumb to confirmation bias. We see analyses around emergency room physicians, scientists, financial analysts. I would argue Elizabeth and Margarita's paper might fit in there. There's even a paper on Supreme Court justices. So this is at all levels of education, income, etc. So importantly for our paper, we are not arguing that managers aren't experts of their firm. Of course they are. What we are saying is something different, which is when corporate managers get information on macroeconomic outlook, they are going to resort to the media just like the rest of us. And if these managers consume news that is consistent with their bias, whether it's Republican or Democrat, and they are swayed by that content, it's possible it could affect their corporate decision-making. So why would Fox want to be optimistic about the economy under George W. Bush? Well, fun fact, historically, almost without exception, when the economy is weak about 5 months going into an election, the party of the president switches, and this is documented. So if Fox is pro-administration, it would want to be optimistic about the economy under Bush, who was a Republican president. Okay, so now the question is, was Fox optimistic under George W. Bush? What I promised you guys. And here's where I have to offer our discussant, Ken Ahorn, an apology, because this was not in the version of the paper that that he has. We've been working on this on a revision in the last couple of months, and we did textual analysis. So I couldn't resist putting it in there. So sorry, Ken. So the textual analysis that we did was on TV transcripts during our sample term, using economic news terms like GDP, inflation, unemployment, trade deficit, and budget deficit. The TV transcripts are going to be from Fox and mainstream media, and we followed the literature and calculated a positivity index and then an abnormal positivity index. So we're going to look at the difference between the index of Fox and that of mainstream media. So when we do that, we see that under Bill Clinton, obviously a Democratic president, we see that Fox is less positive than the mainstream media. And kind of intuitively, we see that difference increase leading up to the election. So George W. Bush took office in January 2001, and we see this switch in signs. So Fox is more positive than the mainstream media under George W. Bush. Okay, next, do managers consume Fox News? So we cannot observe this directly in our sample, but what we can do is point to some survey information, some publications to see whether it is a reasonable assumption. So for example, Brookings Institute published in 2005 suggests that Republican-leaning viewers turn to Fox News channel. A Pew Research survey in 2004 suggested that the majority of Fox viewers are in fact conservative, and that percent is larger than what is found in the American population. They suggest that cable news audience is slightly more affluent and well-educated, also Republican, which by the way is consistent with the demographics of the corporate managers in our sample. Also important, 71% of conservative Republicans say that they have more trust only in certain media sources, not all media sources. And also important, I alluded to this before, but in this time frame, we actually see approaching a third of Americans starting to get their news online. All right, the final survey evidence is actually not in our time frame, but is directly looking at what we examined and what we were looking for, which is an NBC Wall Street Journal poll in 2018 that suggests that 1 in 5 Fox News viewers are actually corporate managers. And we mention it for 2 reasons. The first is that to the extent that there's any autocorrelation in this, which I think there's good reason to believe there is, we can suggest that a reasonable portion of Fox News viewers are in fact corporate managers. And the other reason is that I think we can safely say that partisanship has not gotten better since this time frame, since our sample term, but worse. And so the implications of our paper arguably should still hold today. Okay, so the data we use, I already mentioned the Delavigna and Kaplan data. To the Fox News introduction data, we're going to add information on our sample firms. The time frame is going to surround the Fox News introduction years. We start off with S&P 1500 firms, also so we can include their compensation. We add to that to expand our treated firms, the Russell 3000 firms. We also use accounting information for controls from CompuStat. Our final sample is over 1,350 firms. They're headquartered across 33 states, and there is, in fact, diversity not only in whether or not Fox News was introduced to these managers, but also when the introduction happened, if it did. Okay, for Republican leaning, we're going to use 2 proxies. The first proxy follows the literature. We're going to look at the political contributions of the top management. We get the data for S&P 500 firms. From Hutton et al. 2015, we are going to supplement to that data on the Russell 3000 firms, and that is hand collected from opensecrets.org. Our second proxy is a little more coarse. We're going to use the firm headquarters and where the state where they're headquartered, and we're going to collect the delegate votes that went to George W. Bush in the 2000 election. Now, while this is more coarse, admittedly, it does have the advantage of allowing for more management than just the top 5 people. So this allows a little more influence downstream. All right, so our empirical strategy is going to be to take a multiple event-based difference in difference methodology. The dependent variables are going to be the increases in spending on investment and the increased use of debt financing, as well as the increased number of stock options. This surrounds obviously the corporate decision making, but it's also highlighted in the CEO optimism and overconfidence literature. Our control variables are at the CEO and firm year level. Our fixed effects are at the firm and year level, and our variable of interest, Fox Intro, importantly, this incorporates 2 different differences. So we've got the difference between the regions where Fox was introduced and where it was not introduced. We also have pre and post introduction. Okay, so turning to the results for our first hypothesis, we see that the introduction of Fox is positively and significantly associated with these corporate decisions for our Republican-leaning subsample. So beyond statistical significance, these coefficients are economically meaningful. We see that when we compare them to the sample averages of 12%, 22%, and 16% for investment, R&D, and leverage, respectively. When we look at the non-Republican leaning subsample, we see none of that. So our coefficients are not statistically significant. The size of the coefficient is really small compared to our Republican leaning subsample. And we actually even see the sign flipping in 2 of the 3 models. So quite different. If we use our second proxy for Republican leaning, our results are qualitatively identical. For both subsamples, we have a very big distinction between the 2 subsamples. The signs are essentially the same across the board. And I'd say the only difference is maybe our coefficients might be muted a tiny bit, but they're still economically meaningful.
April, 5 more minutes, please.
Okay. So for our second hypothesis, how much our Republican-leaning managers are willing to take more stock options, we see that the introduction of Fox is associated, once again, with positive, significant increase in those stock options. The economic significance is such that we see an 11% or an 8% increase in those stock options, depending on the proxy that you use for Republican leaning. Once again, we see no statistically significant impact on our non-Republican leaning subsample. We see smaller coefficients, and we even see the sign flipping. Okay, for identification, we are going to use the stack methodology from Gormley and Matza to conduct a triple difference test. So I don't have the time to go into the super specifics about this, but suffice it to say that we create 2 subsamples. So in the first subsample, that's going to surround the Fox News introduction in 2000. The second sample is going to surround the Fox introduction in 2003. And then we stack them onto one another and then run the triple difference analysis on it. The only downfall with this approach is that we lose about half of the sample size when we do this, which makes it a little harder for us to find statistical significance, but we do so anyway. So our triple difference coefficient is positive and significant regardless of the proxy for Republican leaning or the corporate decision made or the stock options. They're still economically meaningful as well. So this suggests that our results are causal. Okay, as a slightly different way to look at our analysis, we look at the, I would argue, stereotypical way to think about how corporate managers are feeling about the economy. If they're feeling optimistic about the economy, they will be willing to hire. If they're not feeling optimistic about the economy, they're not going to be willing to hire. In fact, they'll probably lay off if they're feeling pessimistic about the economy. So for our Republican-leaning subsample, we see that they are, in fact, increasing their workforce by about 3%. We see no such increase for our non-Republican leaning managers. In fact, we see, again, at least one switching of the sign. Okay, and the final test surrounds the implications of our analysis on firm value. And we were really pressed to do this. We wanted to say agnostic on it, but we're forced to do it. So if Fox's optimism is always correct, then we should expect to see an increase in firm value. If it's never correct, we should see a decrease in firm value. But if it's correct sometimes and not others, we would actually expect to see a neutral effect, i.e. statistical insignificance. And that's what we actually see. We don't see any statistical significance here. So this does imply that there's not this negative impact on the managers that we would maybe expect to see. So in conclusion, using the introduction of Fox News as an exogenous shock to the partisanship in media coverage, we actually do find that it is impacting their decision-making for our treated firms. It does not appear to impact the firm value, but overall, our results suggest that counter to prior research, managers are subject to confirmation bias like the rest of us, and that the media there is this heterogeneity in media coverage that should be taken into consideration in future research.
Well, thank you very much, April, also for being so well in time management, so good in time management. So April, you already introduced your discussant, Ken. I hope he is, oh yeah, I can see him.
Yeah, he's there.
So, Ken, you can share your screen, wonderful, welcome. Off you go.
All right, thank you. Let me just get this set up here. Okay, well, let me start by thanking the organizers for putting the conference together and asking me to participate and considering my circadian rhythm here in Los Angeles. So this is quite civilized instead of waking up at 2 in the morning. So let me start by summarizing The paper, at its core, what it's doing is looking at this relationship between manager optimism and choices that managers make about investment, leverage, and stock options. They're going to, of course, make it more interesting than that. They're going to say exposure to optimistic media influences manager optimism, which then leads to investment and leverage and stock option choices. And the way they're going to do this operationally is to look at Fox News introduction during the Bush administration, specifically for Republican managers. So really what the test is a connection between the left and the right, the Fox News introduction and the outcome variables, with the understanding that what's causing it, the mechanism underlying it, is this exposure to the media and the manager optimism. So the findings are that firms with Republican managers located in cities where Fox News was introduced in 2000 or 2003 had higher investment, higher R&D, higher leverage, and more option grants. These are all consistent with this underlying hypothesis that Fox News is giving optimistic spin on the news, and managers are they feel more optimistic. The benchmark group that this is compared to are non-Republican managers and managers without Fox News. It's a bigger group than just non-Republican managers. And so then the headline result of the paper, pun intended, is that Fox News during Bush caused Republicans to make optimistic policy choices. Okay, so my comments, first, I think that this is really interesting and important. It's important to understand how the media influences firms. And as April said, compared to the existing literature, this is asking a newer question about how the media operates. There's lots of research on how media influences investors. There's less media on the influence of media on firm decisions. There is some, but less, and this is fitting into that. And then, as April said, they're considering the fact that media is not all homogeneous, that there's different biases. So I have two questions, two main questions in response to the paper. So the first is, what is media slant? And then this is, in many parts, an identification paper. So I'm going to talk about whether that's credible or not. All right, so what is media slant? What do we mean by that? Well, I think slant can take at least two forms. One is the slant could be presenting false news, or it could be hiding accurate news. Or instead, it could be interpreting accurate news with an opinion. And as April said, Fox does both of these things, perhaps. Certainly they have the opinion part of it. Now, whether they present false news or hide accurate news is not as obvious. But these two different types of slant have different kinds of effects on decisions. If you're presenting false news or hiding accurate news, that might lead to suboptimal choices. If you're just providing an opinion, that could change the preferences. So what is Fox News doing to the manager's decisions, I think, is an interesting question. Now, the paper does it to some degree. The way that I think that they could perhaps improve on this is to test for this by asking, if there are suboptimal decisions, do their choices have value effects? And they look at a pretty broad measure of value. I think they could look at, for instance, whether the stock option grants in hindsight made money. Are the investments positive NPV? So the more specific you could be about these choices they made, the better. That would mean if these choices led to less money or lower NPV projects than could otherwise have been obtained, compared to, say, the control group, then that would mean that these are suboptimal decisions. However, it's just changing preferences, say risk-taking. Maybe managers are just less risk-averse, but they're still making efficient choices. They're on the efficient frontier. Then from a social welfare point of view, we would care less about media slant. Okay, so trying to understand that would be useful. My second main point is about identification. I think it's useful to always start from an ideal experiment, even though it's not possible, but just to think how you would want to do this if you could. You were the corporate finance god, and you could run your experiment however you wanted to. So I think what you'd do is you'd randomly assign managers to a treatment group where they would get positively slanted macro news, or a control group which is not slanted. Now the randomization is useful because then firms and managers are otherwise identical across the groups. You would also know that the subjects are actually receiving the information, and the news would need to be identical except for the slant. So for example, Fox News would have the exact same reporters here, Tucker Carlson, the same format, the same level of depth. The only difference is they would be saying different things. That would be the ideal experiment. And then you could have a placebo, and then you could have the treatment. So what are the deviations from the ideal experiment? So in this paper, as April said, Fox News is not necessarily randomly introduced into cities. In the original QJE paper, the Della Vigna and Kaplan paper, faced the same threat to their identification. And what they did is they looked to see if Fox News entry was related to voting patterns. You might think that Fox News tends to go to markets where there are conservative voters because that's their base, that's their customers. And they showed that that's not the case. It's Fox News entry is unrelated to voting patterns. And in this paper, they rely on that assumption. Now, I think it's a little different here because this paper is really about optimism, not necessarily voting. So what they really need to show is that Fox News entry is unrelated to optimism and investment. I think there's a different threat here, and it might be bigger because Fox News might enter cities if there's population growth, if there's income growth, if it's a strong economy, independent of whether there's conservatives or not. So this is something I think they should test. You can control for local economic growth. It wouldn't be that hard to do. Okay, another deviation is, and this applies to the QJE paper as well, you would need to show that Fox News is the only change that's occurring. If there are other simultaneous changes occurring at the same time, that would confound the Fox News effect. The QJE paper only looks at Fox and CNN. So I started to look at this data when I was just preparing this discussion, and I found the QJE paper data, but then I found this other data by Gaurav Sood, who had digitized the original source, that fact book. He did it for every year from 98 to 2003. And that data is available on the Harvard Dataverse website. So I downloaded that data and did my own analysis because I wanted to see if other news stations enter a city at the same time as Fox does. So if you look at the entry decision, if you create a variable for where the observation is a city year, and it's a 1 if a channel enters, 0 if there's no change, and a -1 if the exit, and then you run a correlation between these variables for different news channel or different cable channels, this is what you get. So you see that there's 11% correlation with CNN, so they're not very correlated. But FX, that's the Fox News, the Fox channel that's the non-news, as you might imagine, they come bundled. So that's a 49% correlation. Fox Sports is smaller, but this is one that's important is MSNBC has a 37% correlation. Now, Cartoon Network does too. That might affect optimism, and Comedy Central, those could be affecting optimism as well. If you look at, maybe an easier way to think about this is, what percentage of the time that when Fox News enters a city, other channels enter it at the same time? What you see is that if you combine CNN, MSNBC, or headline news, more than half the time, another news channel enters the city simultaneously with Fox News. So this is a threat to the identification because maybe they're responding to MSNBC as opposed to Fox. So one thing you can do is control for the other channels that are simultaneously entering. Okay, the other thing that I learned from doing this discussion is that the QJE factbook data is actually inaccurate. So there's a paper that came along after that by Martin and Yurikoglu, and they use Nielsen data. This is viewers' actual diaries of what they watch. And we had people saying they watch Fox News in cities in which the Della Vigna paper data says Fox News didn't exist. And in fact, the Martin Yurikoglu paper says that the Fox News is measured with error. Nearly 40% of the control group, the locations that they consider as not having access to Fox News in 2000 did in fact have cable access to Fox News. And they make the point that it's especially poor between 1999 and 2000. So one recommendation is to use the Martin Yurikoglu data, which is also online and will give you, I think, at least robustness check to the original QJE data. All right, so I'm almost out of time. I have two more smaller concerns. One is the timing. The Bush presidency began in January 2001. And so Fox News, they're not going to start spinning anything positively until that time. So it's not clear in the paper how they deal with this exact timing. So if they could use year-by-year data instead of 98, 2000, and 2003 data, that would help. And then I like the idea of the Republican-leaning managers. That helps to get to the idea of whether the managers are actually receiving the information, assuming that Fox does tend to attract Republican-leaning managers. It also helps with the endogeneity of the Fox News entry decision, but I wasn't sure about selection bias in this case. And then in the triple difference test at the very end, I think that's useful, but it should be designed perhaps differently so that you can see the, what you really want to get is conditional on a Republican-leaning manager. Does Fox entry into a city change the firm policies? Right now, the triple difference isn't designed to make that particular test. Okay, but in general, I think it's a very good question. It's an interesting paper. Good questions are often difficult to answer, so hopefully I have some suggestions that might help. I would consider using this other data, controlling for these other confounding changes, consider the selection bias of the Republican-leaning managers, and then try to test a little bit more precisely about the preferences versus bad choices. All right, thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ken. That was an excellent discussion. Now, April, do you want to first answer before I go to some additional questions?
Sure. So the comment about the introduction of Fox News not necessarily being random is something we've heard several times now. One of the things that we did was we actually looked at the GDP. So maybe everyone's optimistic. The Republican-leaning managers are optimistic because their local economies are especially strong, and so we got local economic data. Now we did not include it as a control, and maybe we should, but we saw that it was actually the opposite. So they were actually being introduced in areas where it was less economically strong versus better. The other suggestions I thought were really, really good. I didn't know about the digitized data, so thank you so much for that. And we actually did get this fact book, and we actually, checked through some of it. But the other thing I wanted to mention is about the distinction between the false news versus news with opinion. Because I actually think that helps to explain the lack of results in the firm value. I think it suggests that it is the change of preferences versus suboptimal decision. So I particularly thank you for that viewpoint. So thank you.
Okay, great. So I have two questions here. Let me start with this one about parallel trends. Okun is asking if maybe he missed it. I think I missed it maybe too. Did you offer actually a test, or did you run a test for pre-Fox introduction trends?
So we've talked about that, and the conclusion is that in our setting where we have the multiple introduction years, it's a little convoluted to create that, because essentially we have, so 2000 to 2003 is a good example. When you have years then that would be pre for some and post for others, it gets a little difficult to create that particular parallel trend. So that's why we have not done it.
Okay. And then I have a question here in the Q&A. I'm not sure I understand it actually. I do understand. If the company has political affiliation, so based on your donation data from the for the CEOs, and make a party contribution, it creates access to internal information rather than information from the media. So basically, does it the fact that you have Republican-leaning CEOs does actually create like additional insights that might not come through media? I think I know the answer, but.
Okay, but wouldn't we expect that to be the case for all Republican leaders?
Well,
yeah.
I wouldn't. I mean,
so that doesn't explain the difference between the regions where Fox was introduced and where it was not introduced. I mean, I agree with that assessment, but I think that difference takes care of that.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, another question here. Orkin, you can actually also just come in if you want and ask the question directly. Orkin, no? Don't want to?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Yeah, just a quick question. This is not a literature that I'm super familiar with, but I was actually wondering how much of the effect do you think, I mean, maybe it's quite difficult to differentiate anyway, but you emphasize a lot about the slant, right? That's the way that the media interprets the objective information, but they may also select to report some information than the other. Is there a way to kind of, see which part it plays a bigger role? Maybe some trends over time in terms of how much they cover the objective information, or how that differs across different channels in terms of covering certain type of information consistently over time.
Yeah,
so
I
was just wondering. Yeah,
I think that's a good point. But since we're looking at essentially, I think it boils down to the coverage of like economic information. I'm not sure that you would find omission of those things on the news. I mean, if you have unemployment figures that come out, I think that both Fox and CNN are going to be covering that. We actually have anecdotes in the paper that cover one specific announcement of economic information, the unemployment rate of 5.7%, and provide quotes from CNN and Fox on that very day. And the distinction was very clear. So, I mean, that was just an anecdote, but I don't know. I'm not sure that they would be omitting that, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, I was not thinking of it as a one or zero type of thing, but more like, the newspaper articles that you showed us where you basically look at the area of the coverage, right?
Okay.
Maybe they're still reporting it, but it's not as intense as it would be, or maybe it comes with a delay, maybe.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, we can maybe look into that. Thank you.
Actually, I have just remembered, I have some minor questions too. So I think you might want to check on the first or second slide about the coverage of Fox News. I think because it seemed that the number of towns actually went down between 2000 and 2003, but it might have been a typo. But actually,
it went down.
Yeah, the more substantial question, looking at your first results and looking at the adjusted R-square, it seems that there's much less of variation is explained for Republican leaning than for non-Republican leaning managers. And I was a bit surprised about that, because it seems that there seems to be the one variable of difference. So I'm just curious about how you explain that. And I mean, again, you have a different number of observation, but that should be taken account of by the adjusted R-square, right?
Yeah, for the, let's see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I don't have a great answer for that right now.
Oh, no worries.
We'll look into that.
I don't see any more other questions. Ken, any final wise word from you?
No, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, thank you, April.
Thank you, Ken.
And we'll go for another break, about 10 minutes, and then we'll be back for the final paper. Thanks, everyone. Okay, it's almost 6 o'clock in London. We are now on to our last paper. Ruben? Or maybe I'm a bit too early.
I'm here.
Yes, wonderful, great, welcome. So, final, last but not least, let me look again for the title, which I don't have here. Yes, okay. Media capture by banks. Oh my goodness, we're going out on a big bang here out of this conference. So all yours, 30 minutes, please. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me share my slides. Can you guys tell me if you can, wait, can you tell me if you can see them?
Not yet.
Okay, let's try now. Okay, it's not really seems to be working. Let me try again.
Yes.
That should be okay, right?
Lovely.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for this wonderful event and for this opportunity. I also would like to thank everybody who managed to resist to the last paper. I know it's Saturday, evening for many of you, so we really appreciate it, guys. So today I'm going to talk about media captured by banks, and this is joint work with Jose Luis Pedro and Andrea Fabiani, who's a brilliant PhD candidate from UPF, who will be on the market next year. So let me start with some motivation for our work. So mass media are important to inform citizens and to keep both government and corporate interests accountable. There's a big literature on that. But because the media are so important, these actors can potentially have an incentive to influence or kind of capture the media. This is one of the terms we use in this literature to obtain some favorable coverage. And again, this can happen in different ways through direct government control, ownership, so kind of private ownership or advertising spending. And yet there's one aspect that this literature on media capture is not explored, and is the relationship between media and banks and its possible implication for media freedom. Now, why is this question important? So first of all, the banking sector, as we know, is one of the most opaque. So potentially media coverage can have a potentially big impact on the reputation of a bank when not on the entire industry. The second reason is that, unlike other firms, bank can, in principle, use the lending connection to influence media companies. And this is especially true in recent years since, due to competition from online platforms and shrinking advertising revenues, a lot of the legacy media, the traditional media, have become less profitable and more dependent on creditors. Just to give you an idea, these are two graphs that show how the capitalization on the left and profitability on the right evolved over the past decade, only for the newspaper in our sample. On the one hand, you can see that the capital as a share of total assets was already quite low in 2010, and has further declined over this time period. On the other hand, on the right, you see that all papers experienced losses in all years but one. So bad situation both in terms of capitalization and profitability. Now, there are actually concerns that this increasing dependence of media companies on banks may have a negative effect on editorial independence. This is from an article of 2015 on the New York Times about Spain, where that voices kind of warn about this risk and voice the worries by several veteran, Spanish journalists that argue that newspapers are in the hands of creditors, that this is hurting their reputation and their independence when it comes to talk about big companies, especially banks. Now, to try to go beyond these anecdotes and generic concerns, did these projects aim to generate some more systematic evidence of how connections between media and banks affect news coverage? Now, we focus primarily on the connection through lending. I will explain, of course, that we also look at the connection through shareholding. We examine how the connection between media and banks affect news coverage of different financial events. On the one hand, we look at bank-specific events like earning announcements. On the other hand, we also look at some public interest issue, specifically the Eurobond sovereign debt crisis. We're kind of currently trying to extend the analysis to ECB negative rate policy, but we won't talk about this in this presentation. Now, we try to study whether media favored the connected bands by kind of slanting content in different ways, along different dimensions. First, we look at whether and how much mass media, these newspapers in particular, we're going to focus on, report positive and negative news about a bank, but also how kind of prominently these news are featured. Also, when looking at the Eurobond crisis, we will also look at more qualitative measure of content. In particular, we look at the type of narrative of the crisis that the newspaper pushed. So again, a combination of quantitative and qualitative, methods about this kind of content analysis. Now, let me just give you a preview of the results in case we don't get all the way to the end. Oh, sorry. Let me move this thing as well. in my head. So about earning announcements, we found that newspaper kind of cover their lenders more when they report profits than when they report losses, but then they do the opposite for other banks. That's kind of the measure of bias or differential treatment that we'll use. We also find evidence of what we call pro-lender bias for both financial newspaper and for general interest newspapers, although we find that the bias takes different forms for the two groups. We also, and interestingly, I think, we find that bias in favor of lenders is stronger when both the newspaper and the banks have lowered capitalization or more financially fragile. We'll talk a little more about that. Now, regarding the coverage of the Eurobond crisis, we find that newspapers connected to banks that were more exposed to stress sovereign bonds are more likely to push a narrative of the crisis that is more favorable to banks. And I think most important, they are also less likely to endorse, to support debt restructuring measures that are potentially costly for creditors. Now, we think that our paper contributes to at least 4 streams of literature. I'll go quickly on this because we don't have a ton of time, but of course, first it relates to what I mentioned, the previous work on media capture by government and corporate actors. So this contribution have focused primarily on the role of government control, ownership, and advertising spending. Our paper is the first to look at banks and lending connection as an additional potential channel of influence. To the best of our knowledge, the most related contribution is a nice kind of blog post by Luigi from a few years ago, in which he did discuss in a very nice way how different leverage Italian newspapers were covering specific reforms of the Italian banking sector. So our project also relates to kind of previous work on the importance of the media in monitoring firm performance, again, including the seminal paper by Luigi and co-authors from 2008, and literature on the impact of media on financial markets. The novelty of our approach in some ways is that when the news coverage of bank performance is itself endogenous, we make it endogenous to the connection of media with banks. Finally, our paper relates to previous work on the influence of creditors on firms' management. In the case of newspaper we look at, the focus is really on how creditors can potentially influence editorial decision. That's the dimension we're going to focus on. So let me actually move to the description of the data. Let me first describe the newspaper we focus on. So we look at 5 European countries: France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and the UK. For each of this country, we identify the main general interest papers, as well as the 1 or 2 main financial papers, for a total of 30 newspapers. Unfortunately, for some of these newspapers, we are not able to find comparable data either on content or on lending. So at the end of the day, our sample for the moment consists of the 20 papers in red. So we have no information from Orbis about the lending of Italian newspapers. So we complement this with data from Compass and show a robustness check in which all our results go through. Now, the issue, one of the most important issues, the first task kind of to map is to map the lending connection between media and companies and banks, which is not obvious. So we rely on information from the Orbis database. So what we do is for any one of the newspaper I showed you, we look up each media company and find what bank is reported as the company's banker, which can be one or more. Now we consider bank to be connected to a newspaper in 2 ways. Either it appears as its bankers, so a direct connection between the media company and the bank, or indirectly if the bank appears as the banker of the ultimate owner. So we're basically going to label the first type of connection as a direct lending connection, and the second one with your ultimate owner as the indirect one. Well, what's extremely important is that we only use information from the 2008 vintage of Orbis, and we impute this lending relationship back in time. Now, this procedure is based on the assumption that banking relationships are persistent, they're kind of sticky over time, which has been well documented in the literature. And yet, to validate this assumption, we use data from 2 additional sources, Compass and DealScan, and to confirm that in the large majority of cases, for more than 80% of the banks in our sample, the media company and the banks are still connected if you look at these other data from previous year. As I will discuss, we also show that all our results go through if we only focus on pairs of newspaper and banks for which the persistent relationship is confirmed. Now, what is important, I don't have a lot of time, but we also map and the control for all the connection between banks and media in terms of shareholding, both with the media company directly and the parent companies. And we're going to control for this relationship in all our regression. Now, we first look at the earning announcement, and we use data on all quarterly annual reports issued by all publicly listed banks between 2009 and 2018. For each, we know the exact date and whether the bank reported a profit or a loss, in addition to some accessory information. Now, one important and very difficult step for our analysis is to identify for each earning announcement by a given bank all the articles published about it by each newspaper. So to do so, we rely on the Factiva database, which covers all of the main European newspapers. And to make sure they identify articles about the earning announcement and not other things, we focus on the day of the announcement and the following day. Though, of course, we can show results of robustness for other alternative time windows. So let me explain in a second our procedure. First of all, we run keyword searches combining the name of the acronym of the bank with relevant terms such as earning, results, profit, losses, and so on. So Santander and all these terms, and we get all the articles that come out. Then to reduce false positive, we also use some filters from Factiva. For example, we exclude the sports section, because we're not really interested in all the articles about the Barclays Premier League results. That's clearly false positive for us, we eliminate. We're still left with a bunch of false positives. So what we do is implemented a supervised machine learning procedure by which we personally code 10% of the articles manually. And we use them to train the algorithm that then kind of codes all the rest. Our final sample includes more than 10,000 articles. And this procedure ensures over 90% accuracy. In the end, we use this data to construct various measures of coverage. The first one is a dummy for whether a newspaper wrote any article, at least one article on the earning announcement by a given bank, the number of articles, and the length of the articles. We are also interested in understanding and distinguishing between articles that talk about a single bank and articles that talk about multiple banks, because this is another dimension that the newspaper can in some way control and manipulate possibly. Now, to give you an idea what we mean by monobank, article that talk about one bank only. This is an article on the Financial Times from 2016. And the article talks entirely about one bank, UniCredit in this case. This is another article that talks also about UniCredit, but alongside it also talks about ING, HSBC, and StanChart. So the idea of differentiating these two types of articles is because potentially I'm a newspaper, I may write an article of 3 pages on a good kind of earning announcement, big profit by my connected company, but then I may talk about the loss of the company by kind of putting together with 5 other news about other banks. Now here we report this descriptive statistics. A couple of things to flag. First, on average, newspaper cover about 26% of the times of announcements and 16% of the time with an article just about the bank. And second, what you can see here in the gain part, 87% of the times, these banks issue an announcement of a profit. They make a profit. So a loss is a rather kind of rare event that is arguably more likely to make the news. Now, let me start with the raw data. Let us start with showing some raw data. In this graph, we show the share of times a bank announcement gets covered in case of reporting a loss, which in blue, and a profit in red. Separately for the connected banks on the right and for non-connected banks on the left. So one thing that you can see is that in general, newspapers are more likely to report about losses, because again, they're kind of more rare and more newsworthy, than about profits for other banks, while the opposite pattern emerges for connected banks. Now, one potential issue when pulling all countries together is home bias. Newspapers from Spain are much more likely to borrow from banks from Spain, but they're also more likely to talk about Spanish banks more than other countries' banks. So to address this issue, in what you do in this graph is showing the same pattern, comparing banks just from the same country. And the pattern is the same, if anything more pronounced, higher probability of covering a loss for non-connected banks, higher probability of covering a profit for connected banks. Now, to test for this hypothesis more systematically, we estimate the following equation. So let everything be clear so everybody's on board. So the variable coverage is our outcome of interest, and it represents either the occurrence or the number of articles published in newspaper N about an earning announcement by Bank B at time T. The variable banker indicates whether a Bank B and newspaper N are connected to this lending at time T. Gain indicates whether in that quarter the Bank B announced a profit as opposed to a loss. So the main coefficient of interest, as you probably understood already, is coefficient beta 3, which is the interaction between the dummy for banker and the dummy for gain. And what this is capturing is whether a newspaper covers lenders disproportionately more relative to other banks when they announce a profit. Now, our baseline specification, in all our regressions, we control for whether the bank is connected through shareholding, as well as, of course, the interaction between shareholding and gain to kind of gauge all the effect of that dimension. In our regression, our baseline specification also include a bunch of fixed effects. So let's think about this. The bank times year to quarter fixed effect. These are capturing whether a given bank is covered by all newspapers more in a given quarter for whatever reason. We also include newspaper times bank country times quarter fixed effects, which capture whether a given newspaper cover all the banks from a given country in a particular period more or less. So for example, take the example of around the time of Brexit, El País may cover all British bank more for obvious reasons, and we don't want to capture that, so we control for that. Finally, we have newspaper times bank fixed effects, very important here. And these capture all the time invariant aspect of any relationship between media and newspaper, between a newspaper and a bank. Now, let me show you the results. From column 1 to column 7, we gradually expand the set of controls to get to our baseline specification, which I just discussed. In particular, what's very important, we really try to control for this issue of home bias in multiple ways. In column 4, we include a dummy for whether the bank is from the same country as the newspaper. In column 6, we include the interaction between this dummy and time fixed effect. And finally, in column 7, what I told you, we include the newspaper times bank country times time fixed effect, which control for this even a more flexible way. What is important to note here is that the coefficient of interest, gain, and banker is very stable across all specification. And what is also important is that if you see the R square from column 1 to column 7 increases from 0.081 to 0.611. So in the spirit of the Altonji-Oster test, which we also perform, this is reassuring that the results are unlikely to be driven by selection on unobservable. So finally, and also interesting, in column 7, we kind of separate, we split the dummy for direct and indirect we split the banker dummy between direct and indirect connection. And we actually find that the result is mainly driven by the direct bank connection. Now we perform a series of robustness checks. In the interest of time, unfortunately, I will have to skip them, but I'm happy to talk later if questions arise on this. Now, we kind of then one important question we want to explore is whether pro-lender bias depends on the financial situation of both the newspaper and the banks. So to do so, we include like a triple interaction between, again, gain, banker, and the capital as a share of total assets for the newspaper on the left panel and for bank on the right panel. So one thing you can see is that, the sign is such that the more leverage a new newspaper is, the more it can bias content in favor of its lenders. And again, primarily driven by the direct relationship. But interesting, we find the same for banks. Pro-lender bias is stronger, the less capitalized the bank is, especially when there is a direct relationship. So one interpretation of this is that more fragile banks may have a stronger incentive to influence connected media in some way to reduce the visibility of their negative results, of their losses. Again, in both cases, mainly driven by direct lending connection, which we focus on. Another important question is whether the results apply in the same way to general interest and financial newspapers. Now, it turns out that for the extensive margin, the evidence is very much, is very clear for general interest newspapers, but much less so for financial newspapers, both in terms of the general banking relationship and the direct lending relationship. Mostly only significant for general interest newspaper. We'll come back to this when we look at intensive margin. Now, again, we then look at intensive margin. So the question when we look at intensive margin is how much and in what way newspaper cover earnings announcement of connected versus unconnected banks if they actually cover them. So what the raw data show again is a pattern very similar to that seen for the extensive margin. Again, more coverage of losses in general, but more coverage of profits for connected banks, both in terms of the number of articles. We focus on the article talk just about as one bank because it's the more pure version of positive content in some way, and also on the length. We find similar results when instead of the absolute value, we look at the share of monobank articles as a share of total articles and the length. Again, the regression confirmed the results, for regardless of what outcome variable you use. Again, this positive, significant, and even bigger bias for in favor of lenders when they have profits. Okay, so this. Now, and remember I was telling you about the difference between general interest newspaper and financial newspaper for the extensive margin. Now we look at the same thing for intensive margin and find some interesting results. Before we saw that all the action for the extensive margin was for general interest newspaper. And here we find that actually most of the action for the intensive margin is for financial newspapers. And again, one interpretation of this result is that given their specialization, they are financial newspapers after all, and the profile of their reader, which are more sophisticated, financial newspapers don't really have a choice. They have to report the story, but they can make it less prominent by writing fewer articles or by lumping it together with news about other banks. Now, in the second part of our analysis, we look at how connection between media and banks affect news coverage of a more general public interest issue, such as the Eurobond crisis. So here the hypothesis is more nuanced, is that newspaper connected to banks that were more exposed to risky sovereign bonds are more likely to push a narrative of the crisis that is more favorable to banks, and likely less likely to endorse measures that would be detrimental to lenders. So the identification here comes from how exposed the banks that are connected to me are. Now, to test this hypothesis, we use data on news coverage of the crisis in several European countries that were collected by a team of media scholars led by Robert Picard, who performed a fantastic job. What the team did is identify key events of the crisis, such as some of the summits by the Troika or the fall of the Italian government and so on, and collect and code all the articles published in the 2 weeks after the event. So overall, the data we use include over 4,600 articles published in 21 newspapers in all the countries in our original samples, plus we add Poland and the Netherlands because data are available. And again, what's important here is that each article is hand-coded. This is hand-coding, manual coding. And they record several qualitative aspects of the content, And the two pieces of information that are especially relevant for our analysis is whether the articles mention banks or the banking sector when talking about the causes and responsibilities of the crisis. And second, I think more interesting, is also whether the article supports, endorse debt restructuring measures such as haircut of orderly default that are, I mean, they're kind of arguably detrimental to the creditors. So,
wait, 5 more minutes, please.
Sure, I'm almost done.
Thanks.
So what we have is, you know, for each newspaper in the sample, we know who their lenders are, but you also know for each lender how exposed they were to stress bond from Southern European countries. This data we got from the EBA. So combining this information, we construct a measure of the exposure of the newspaper, which basically is the average exposure of all the bankers, all the lenders of the newspaper. And so these equations, simple equations, summarize our empirical strategy for this part. You have YNCT is, again, one of these qualitative aspects of the news coverage of the newspaper N in country C at time T. GIPS, again, is the average exposure to GIPS sovereign debts of the lenders of newspaper N. Okay, so the coefficient of interest is this beta 1, which in principle we would expect to be negative. So let me just show you the results. This is really the last slide, so there's no hurry. Oh, what's important, in every regression, we include the country times time fixed effect, which again capture all the time invariant difference in content between newspaper of different countries, which is important. Now let's look at the results. So regardless of which outcome you use, you know, whether they publish any article, the share of articles, the number of articles in both cases, we actually find that when covering Eurobond crisis, newspaper whose lenders are more exposed to GIPS bonds are less likely to emphasize the role and potential responsibilities of the banking sector in the crisis, so the coefficient is negative again, and less likely to support debt restructuring measure that would involve losses for the creditors. Now, again, we're done. To sum up, we think that to the best of our knowledge, we present the first systematic evidence of how connection between banks and mass media, particularly through lending, can influence news coverage of financial issues. Again, both bank-specific issues, but also, and potentially more important, public interest issues, public interest ones. Our evidence suggests that pro-lender bias affects both general interest and financial newspaper. Nobody kind of seems to escape this result. And last but not least, I think for policy implication, our findings point at that financial weakness, both by the media companies and by banks, can increase the likelihood of media capture, through lending, with potentially negative consequence for editorial independence. This is an aspect, the dependence of media on banks, on which the FCC, for example, is pushed a lot in light of the fact that a lot of the traditional media, newspaper in particular, are in very dire financial straits. So I think this results is interesting in that direction. And again, in progress. So finally, regarding next steps, the most important and to us exciting one is to finish extending our analysis to the news coverage of the ECB negative rate policy. We actually see this as the first step of a broader research agenda to study how banks, by influencing media and potentially public opinion, may ultimately have an effect on monetary policy. Again, this is very much in the makings, but we're very excited, in the future to show some results on this. Thank you so much for your comments, and in advance to our discussants for the feedback.
Well, thank you very much, Ruben. That was quite exciting. Our discussant is Nandini. Yes, I can see her. If you can stop sharing, Ruben, and allow Nandini to share, please.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see.
Lovely. Thank you. 10 minutes, please.
All right. Everybody see everything?
Yes, we can see it. Thanks, Nandini.
Okay. Well, thanks so much, Thorsten, and thanks to Orkin and Paolo for asking me to discuss this paper. So this is a super interesting paper, and I think Ruben did a really good job motivating it. This is actually a cartoon from an Indian newspaper talking about the sad state of Indian media. And so the basic premise of the paper is whether or not, newspapers give more favorable coverage to their lenders, right? So this is obviously, something that's of critical importance, especially in the context of today's media. And it's not just a European issue, it's a global issue. All right, so very quickly, the summary of the results. Newspapers are more likely to cover their bankers, both on the extensive as well as the intensive margin. There's the results are in two parts. The first part looks at earning statements and whether or not newspapers cover earning statements by banks based on whether these banks are, lending to them or not. And they find that, they're more likely to, cover profits rather than losses when the banker is their lender as opposed to not their lender, and they're more likely to cover losses rather than profits if if they're non-bankers. And this is true whether they look at across countries or they restrict banks and newspapers to be in the same country. And then looking at sort of the
Andini, your slides are not changing. Maybe you want to scroll down.
I haven't. Oh, okay.
Oh, you haven't done? Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
You're still on the title page. Just saying.
Oh, that's not good. All right. Let me just start again.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Better?
Wonderful. That's what we were waiting for.
Okay, sorry. I just talked about this cartoon. Very quickly, moving on. Someone's putting a coin in the pen slot. All right. So this is the slide I was on when I stopped sharing, I guess. So newspapers are more likely to cover their bankers on the extensive margin, and on the intensive margin, they're more likely to report positive news. And here on the on the left-hand side, this picture sort of summarizes from the summary statistics, you can see that positive news is more likely to be covered, and they have results about earning statements as well as results about the coverage of the European debt crisis. So they write more articles on the losses of non-bankers. They write longer articles on the losses of non-bankers. They write, slightly longer articles on the gains of bankers and so on and so forth. So it's pretty compelling evidence that there's sort of selective coverage, and in a nutshell, newspapers appear to give more favorable coverage to a bank if the bank lends money to them. Right, so it's a very simple question, and it's a pretty straightforward. It's a pretty straightforward question and pretty compelling evidence on this. The second part of their paper looks at coverage of lenders during the sovereign debt crisis, and here it's really neat. They have I understand this data is from a different source, and here they're sort of getting into the content of the articles, and they find that newspapers are less likely to blame banks for the crisis if blame the bank for the crisis if the bank is their lender, and also less likely to suggest haircuts as a solution to the debt crisis, because this would potentially be damaging for the banks. All right. Okay, so Ruben talked about the contribution this paper makes, and I'll just briefly talk about it. So generally, the question of media bias is sort of divided into political bias and then other stuff. So the political bias literature is extensive. I'm not doing a good job here. I have a gratuitous plug for our own paper, and so basically the idea is that political polarization has led to media bias in the coverage of political news and also financial news. And as we just saw in the earlier session, firms respond strategically to this potential bias in coverage in different ways. And April's paper, for example, has a very neat experiment looking at that. There's also a second category of studies that talk about media bias, whether it's being bought, or coverage, favorable coverage is being bought through advertisements, and there's a literature on that, through manipulation, for example, prior to an M&A, bidders basically generate more coverage, or through connections like journalist connections. So I think this one, this is a really critical contribution. I think it's very neat, and the first of its kind, showing that newspapers that are connected financially to banks, through because of the lending relationship, they are likely to generate, this is likely to generate bias in the coverage. All right, so what I like, untangling sources of bias, I think this is an important question, very careful analysis, and also the content analysis of the European debt crisis, because I think that's new and that's interesting. All right, but it's my job as a discussant to sort of point out some things that need some more work. Now, this is a preliminary paper, and I think it's fair to say it's pretty preliminary. So I think there are some things that just need to be clarified, and so my comments should be taken in that spirit. So, for example, I'm just going to focus on, can you rule out other bank and newspaper characteristics that drive coverage? This is sort of the obvious point to focus on, and talk about whether some of this could be home bias, or whether these are newsworthy banks, rare news, and so on and so forth. And second, sort of the second part of where do we go with this? Can we establish some incentives, or potentially establish some effects? So, so first, talking about the empirical strategy, they have a very, intense set of fixed effects, lots of second order, third order fixed effects, and so on. So here, I think I'm looking for clarification and not so much, a criticism. So for example, this is the specification we're looking at in its most stringent form. The coverage is, newspaper, bank, country of the bank times time, and whether or not you get coverage, and so on. And the coefficient of interest is whether the bank reports a positive, a profit in its earnings statement, and then whether the bank is connected to the newspaper in question, and so on. And so in their most strict specification, they have second order paper bank fixed effects, bank time fixed effects, and then paper, time, bank, country fixed effects. So it seems to absorb a lot of stuff. So it's a little bit of a clarification question, which is that where is the variation coming from? Do you want the variation to be from bank, country? If not, why not add a fixed effect for that? Are banks based in more than one country? So if that's the case, and here I'm I've highlighted the sources of variation that I think are not necessarily what you want, whereas the green ones are what you want. And so, for example, you do want variation from paper, time, bank, but perhaps not from bank times bank, country. And relatedly, and this is my clarification question, are banks from more than one country? And if banks aren't from more than one country, how do you address home bias? So Ruben very generously or very kindly shared, the data that he uses for the names of the banks and the newspapers and so on. So let's just quickly have a look. And so here is the list of banks. The second column is the headquarters of the banks done by me. I might be wrong. And the third column is the location of newspapers. So out of that 36 banks sample, 14 are connected banks, and 22 are non-lender banks. Of the 14 banks, 13 are located in the same country as the newspaper they're lending to. Okay, so there's just one Italian bank that lends to a German newspaper, but otherwise everybody's sort of matched by country. All right, so and when you look at the non-lender banks, and these are the highlighted banks, they are, also, these are all the non-lender banks, and among them, the highlighted banks are banks from countries that don't have any of the newspapers in the sample. Okay, so for example, you have a whole bunch of American banks. So this is a little bit, this raises some questions. So for one thing, Ruben pointed out that of the earnings statements, 87% are reporting profits. What if local banks are more newsworthy? Okay, so I'm more likely to pick up a newspaper or read an article about a local bank than a foreign bank. Okay, so thinking about one of our local banks, our small town Bloomington, Indiana bank, the IU Credit Union. If they give a scholarship to a local high school student, then it gets in the newspaper, right? On the other hand, if some Indianapolis bank near a city has a negative profit, I don't know if our local newspaper would report it. So maybe all news is interesting, and because positive news is more common, maybe they report positive news more frequently. All right. If it bleeds, it leads. When do you write a paper about, when do you write an article about JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley? If it makes a loss, otherwise why would a reader in Germany care about what JP Morgan is doing? So I wonder, how much of the variation sort of is being driven by non-lender banks that are not newsworthy or not in the same country. However, I should point out that they do have same country fixed effects in one of their specifications. But again, here is where, again, I need some clarification about how you treat banks. Do they belong to more than one country? For example, how do you treat all the American banks if you're putting a bank country fixed effect and there's no newspapers that they can lend to? So yeah, 2 minutes, all right. Okay, so along the same lines, what are more newsworthy versus not newsworthy banks? If I look at the lender banks versus the not lender banks are much more likely to be one of the big four banks in the country. So again, am I more likely to pick up a newspaper if it's writing an article about a big four bank versus some bank that I haven't really heard of? So for example, think about the UK, the lender banks there are Barclays, HSBC, and RBS, whereas the non-lender banks, one of them is Metro. I don't know, I never heard of it, but that's neither here nor there. But maybe these guys are just more newsworthy than Metro Bank, and is that potentially driving coverage even within the same country? So again, I think these are sort of things that need to be cleaned up and clarified. That brings me to my last comment. Sorry, Thorsten, almost done. So does coverage affect, can we talk a little bit about the incentives, or what are the incentives of manipulation? Does coverage affect the stock market returns of banks? I know you guys probably don't want to get into this. You had a sentence saying future research, so I appreciate that. And again, I was happy to hear that you're thinking about how this might affect regulator response, the coverage of the SDC, and so on and so forth. But that also brings me to some suggestions I have that maybe you could do in this paper, which is you mentioned that lending relationships are sticky, and the 2008 bank newspaper relationships are similar to the 2018. So what is the incentive to write a negative report? Of course, we're in equilibrium. They have a lending relationship. They're writing positive reports. So how do we go about looking at this? So I was wondering whether you could look at whether coverage changes, based on certain events in let's say, newspaper's business. So for example, Daily Mail, I think, is the one that had a lot of loans coming mature, or loans maturing in the earnings statement I looked at that was online. Newspapers also might be trying to finance acquisitions, or maybe this credit rating changes, again, Daily Mail, which I know is in your sample. So can you study if the coverage varies based on these sort of critical events, and when a newspaper is likely to need access to funds? So another question I had, and this may not be perfect for your sample, is who drives coverage? Like, does the newspaper ever have bargaining power over the bank? And what if the newspaper says, hey, lend me money or I'm going to write a negative report about you? I don't think it plays out exactly that way, but can you maybe try to tease it out by looking at if coverage varies by circulation, or by how many outlets you have, or big versus small banks? And there I know you have capitalization and some heterogeneity there. All right, so just to sum up, sorry to keep you on a Saturday evening for you guys. This is a really important contribution to the literature on media bias. It's the preliminary version. I have no doubt that these guys are going to end up addressing a lot of the questions I had. Shows that financial relationships between firms and newspapers can affect the likelihood of coverage. I think that's really interesting, and it would be even stronger if you address some of the the points about manipulation incentives, all right, given the static nature of these lender-newspaper relationships. All right, thanks so much.
Hey, great, Nandini. Thank you very much for these comments. Ruben, or maybe Andrea, I think he's online too. I give you a few minutes to answer, and then I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure. I would first of all, I would like to thank Nandini a lot for her comments. We exchanged a few emails, so she was super proactive in in really trying to give positive feedback, and we really appreciate it. So let me just answer a few questions. We can probably clarify some of the stuff offline because I guess people are tired. But one important thing is that the type of fixed effects that we have. So probably I was not super clear. But what we have at this stage is newspaper times bank country times time, okay? And of course, bank's country could be your country or could be another country. So what this is capturing is all the effects that is like one newspaper, one given newspaper in any country, having a particular incentive to cover more or less any newspaper in other countries, including okay, and this effect changing over time. So I think what Nandini is saying is like maybe we should try regression within country. They would kind of give us some intuition of what is going on, because indeed most of the connected banks are from the country, and this is something that we can definitely do. It would be more like for us to go. We're trying to do this because we have to maintain the a constant and comparable kind of sample, but they were absolutely a good suggestion. And then I like a lot the more heterogeneity about whether some specific events to the newspaper that increase or decrease their agility makes increase the bias. I think the one of the point you have is very nice, because about influence versus extortion is the newspaper that is like, okay, if you don't give me whatever, a higher loan or better terms, I'm going to write bad stuff about you. This is something that in the media literature is quite common. Unfortunately, that because of the design, you don't have a lot of that. One thing you can do nicely is probably looking at the timing of coverage and whether there was some renegotiation maybe that came after a big corrupt coverage of scandal and so on and so forth. We know from advertising, there was this case when the Daily Telegraph wrote something bad about HSBC and they will withdraw 10 million pounds of advertising. All of a sudden, we can actually look if there is something along those lines in, as you say, in the lending part. And in general, these were all great comments. We are at that stage where this feedback is particularly valuable. So I would be happy to get your slides, and we would definitely try to incorporate this before issuing a working paper. Thank you so much, Nandini.
Okay, great, thanks. So I have a couple of questions. Not sure where to start. So actually the first question I'm going to take the one from Orkin. I'm not going to take them in order, because he actually is kind of following up on what you just said. Actually, he wrote it before you said it. Would be great to see if there's a punishment effect. So when a connected paper, so your example, Daily Telegraph, HSBC, has an abnormally negative coverage. I'm not sure whether you can, that would be much additional work, but I think that would be interesting.
The kind of data we have, which is just this dummy for being a banker, won't necessarily be the best thing for this. If we add like the terms of the loan and whether this could change more abruptly than just the identity, I think right now we would need a big shock so that we,
like an event study type.
Exactly. Either we get some data from more specific data that tell us about the type of loans and the details of the loans and how they change over time. But again, this would be nice. But from a conceptual point of view, I'm just worried about the data. From a conceptual point of view, absolutely nice to distinguish between this punishment versus influence.
I have a comment actually on your last test, the Euro area, Eurozone crisis. And I do understand, of course, you have all of these fixed effects and where you get your variation from. But how much variation is there actually? I'm wondering. Because, we know that during the Eurozone crisis, there was a clear north-south conflict, right? You had countries, Netherlands, Germany, where banks stood on one side, and newspapers also stood on one side. And then other countries, let's say Italy and Spain, where countries, where banks and partly of newspapers stood completely on the other side. And of course, also we know that Italian banks have a very high home bias in terms of Italian sovereign debt. And I think at some point in Spain, that was probably the same issue, versus both German and Dutch banks had already kind of gotten rid of their GIPS. So I'm just wondering, it's a more a general question about the economic effect. How much variation is there, and how can you relate it to what?
So again, the variation, because we have country times time fixed effect, the variation comes from comparing two new newspaper connected to two German newspaper, connected to two German banks.
Yeah.
One of which is more exposed to Greek, sovereign risky bonds, and one of which is less.
Yeah.
Okay. So one thing we can do is running this without the country fix effect, which again is less demanding from an empirical perspective, but will probably give us more variation. That's definitely something we can do. But right now we are comparing one German newspaper, another German newspaper, compared to banks. They're differentially exposed. One of which really care about the kind of debate they may trigger on that, and one may care less because they have less to lose.
You're actually reducing the variation that you're exporting effectively.
There's always a trade-off between what kind of variation you want.
Verification and variation, yes. I have actually a comment here from Anat at Martin. Anat actually, she's been very active in the during the conference. She also was in our program committee actually. And I wonder, Anat, can I actually give you the word? You can maybe ask you a question directly.
Sure. I'm not going to show myself because I'm at very early morning. It was early morning when we started. And so I was hiding behind you're not quite seeing me. But yeah, I was very interested in it. It brought back all kinds of memories about trying to get data on, Deutsche Bank ROE and stuff. And all of a sudden discovering that when it was negative, it just wasn't in any newspaper. And so, of course, Deutsche Bank being a champion and all of that, and its CEO, flamboyant CEO Ackerman, talking about 25% ROE. There's now a whole book, Dark Towers, about Deutsche Bank. So Deutsche is very colorful in the last 20 years or so since it became this global investment bank. And now, of course, it's a zombie bank. And so I was wondering whether there was any, I didn't see the paper because you didn't have it there, just how much the distinction was. I assume all your banks were public, like small banks, large banks, systemic banks, champion banks, etc. They all seemed pretty big. I didn't quite get a sense.
Thanks, Anna, for participating and for the comments. So we only look at publicly listed banks because we need data from earning announcements. So they're all pretty big guys. There's obviously some variation between those, but they're all publicly listed banks just in terms of the data we needed. So that's the answer to your question.
I would add that, we can anyway look like, it's a very good suggestion. We can, for instance, look at whether there are differences between banks that are classified as GC or not. So banks that are systemically important or not. And so this is a very valuable comment and further heterogeneity that we can exploit. Absolutely.
Well, exactly. That's it. I have a question here in the Q&A box. Clarification on terminology. And I think actually this is a similar comment that was already made earlier. Is it media captures or is it actually, which way does the causality go? Is it the banks strategically lending to newspaper in order to get favorable coverage? Or is it just once they have the links, once they gave the loan, they start to kind of pushing for their interest? I'm not sure whether you can answer this with your question, especially if you have persistent bank paper relationships, but that might be something interesting to look at, no?
Yeah, there will be something interesting. In terms of the terminology, the media literature, media capture is quite like, since the seminal paper by Tim Besley, Andrea Pratt, they use this term and they become kind of a normal terms. But again, it's true that it kind of suggests there is a capture, the initiative come from banks. It would be really nice to understand that. But again, from a data perspective, we would need to really think about some sort of variation that could give us that. But definitely in terms of mechanism or interpretation, at least, it's a good comment. We'll think about this.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Nandini, any final wise words from your side?
No, I enjoyed reading the paper. I look forward to seeing the new version. Thanks so much, you guys. This was excellent.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I have one more question in the Q&A since we are almost, we still have a bit of time. In some southern countries, firms usually have links to several banks besides the main banks. This is also true for newspapers. So are you just, I know the Compass data, I think, is only the main bank, but for other, I guess for other papers, you have several banks or just only always one bank?
So I don't remember this on top of my head. I think that the media number, so we have both banker, if you're directly the banker of the media company, or we also have the parent company, okay? If we focus on that direct banking, I think we have on median about 2 banks connected. and average is even less than 1. So is even less than that. So there are not many.
Okay,
maybe just, let me add one comment on this, on the data. So the, comment is good in the sense that, especially in Southern Europe, it is true that companies tend to borrow from multiple banks. But actually what we observe is that, first of all, the number drops kind of significantly when you just look at the direct bankers. And most importantly, like these banks, for instance, when we double check in DealScan, they always appear as with a leading role in the loan syndicate. So this means that it's true, there might be kind of multiple banks, but these are important bankers for the newspapers. We are not just taking kind of marginal lenders for a company. Yeah.
Okay, great. So thank you. Don't ever anybody say again that the last paper cannot lead to interesting and exciting discussions. That was certainly the case here. I'm very grateful for, of course, Ruben, Andrea, also for Jose Luis in the chat, and of course for the presentation, the comments, and of course for Nandini for the excellent discussion. This brings us to the end. Sorry, it's time to say goodbye. Time to go downstairs. Well, for some of us to go downstairs and have some drinks. I know that for some people further to the west, it's maybe a little bit too early for that. And sorry, Nandini. I'm going to leave the last word to Orkan, but let me first say thank you again to first to all the presenters, discussants, my co-organizers, Orkan and Paolo, of course, and to all of the people in the background, to Edwin, to Mark, and to especially Jenny, who has helped us so much over the last 2 days, and of course also a lot beforehand. I think it was a pleasure. It was great to see all of these very interesting papers. Of course, one can also take away a little bit of a depressing message that it's there's too much political influence in finance. We kind of knew this before, but it's getting confirmed more and more. But at least it's better to know than not to know. Well, on this note, again, thanks to everybody, but I leave it to Orkan to kind of have some maybe wise final words before we all log off. Orkan?
Thank you very much, Thorsten. I don't really have much to say after what you said, but again, I want to repeat our thanks to our organizers, to Cass Business School and to the Systemic Risk Center at the LSE, whose organizers actually, whose coordinators were with us, but I don't see them among us anymore. John Danielson and John PRZ Grant were among us today, I think. I've seen them. So thanks a lot to them. Thanks a lot to Jenny, Edwin, and Mark, who were in the background, who were really helping us. They were our heroes in terms of making sure that this talks run smoothly. So a big thanks to them. It was our first experience, and they made sure that this was a really nice first experience. And also in terms of the presentations and discussions, we were very positively surprised by the amount of interest and the quality of the submissions to the conference. And we are hoping that this is going to be increasingly true as we come up with the future editions. And hopefully after things return to normal, we are going to be able to physically hold this conference in London, either in LSE or at Cass Business School. But of course, we have also learned a lot of lessons in terms of how to communicate and, broaden our reach through this new medium. So I'm sure we are going to benefit from some of the technical skills that we got through this online platform. So maybe we are going to broadcast parts of the discussions in the future, or we are going to choose some discussants or presenters presenting their research from distance. So I'm sure that's going to be part of our future academic endeavor. And on that note, I'm hoping to see you again. And thanks a lot again for attending and for being with us. It was a great session for me and big inspiration. Hope it was same to you as well. So take care and have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.